that way I can actually just like say hi and introduce myself all at once, because we usually do that at the beginning of the YouTube stream. Friends who are joining us, welcome in. Welcome in. It's nice to have you. My name's Lou. This is a food and drink stream, so we're live right now. If you're watching this on YouTube and it's not Thursday, if it's not Tuesday, then I don't know. It's Thursday for me. It's Thursday, June 4th, where I am and when I am. If it's not that for you, that means you're watching on the recording. If you're watching on YouTube, please hit like and subscribe. I appreciate that. We are doing a kitchen admin stream today. This is a bit of a knife sharpening situation we've got set up here, and then we're going to be also cleaning out a bakery cabinet that I've been neglecting for a while. So we're happy to have you. My name's Lou. I'm a recipe developer. I'm a home cook. I'm a dad. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. I'm happy to have you all. Welcome in. You'll see the chat. If you're watching on YouTube, you'll see the chat down here or here somewhere. You'll also see that if you're watching on Twitch, but we're live on both. And it's nice to have you. Welcome in. We just got a raid from Mom Noms. As I mentioned, friend of the stream, Capsalon is God's gift of food. Layers of French fry placed into a disposable metal takeaway tray topped with doner meat covered with slices of Gouda, heated in an oven until the cheese melts. Shredded iceberg, dressed with garlic sauce and sambal, sambal. Nice. I would really love to eat that. That sounds great. I would probably need a pretty robust fork. Red, that sounds great. I do camp. I do eat lamb and s'mores. Not lamb s'mores, but lamb and s'mores. We did go camping recently. It was fun. We're sharpening knives today. This is a whole little setup. I've got some kitchen knives here. We finished one. Got one knife down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to go. And then we're going to get to our bakery cabinet. Then we're going to make dinner. So busy day today. Busy day of just like standing here. So I'm going to turn this camera on too. There we go. And y'all can sort of see a little bit of a close-up of like what is actually happening here. There we go. There. That's better. Maybe. There we go. One in the blue and white sheath. Yeah, this is a sort of a chef knife. I don't know what size knife this is. This is the one I have in my camping kit. That's why it has this like cardboard / blue tape sheath on it. But we're starting out with these smaller knives. Mom knows, that sounds great. That sounds like a, what's the word? Comfort food, for sure. I would love to eat that. It's definitely, it sounds like, what do they call those? Like this is like not the best way to put it, but like a garbage plate type of thing where you just like put a bunch of stuff together. Lamb s'mores would be interesting to try. They sure would. I'm probably all set with the lamb s'mores, but I don't know. Has anyone ever done savory s'mores? I think a savory s'more is just a sandwich, right? Is a savory s'more a thing? I've done like pie irons before. Yes. Well, on our recent camping stream, which we did 2 weeks ago, I did do lamb kebabs and we made s'mores. Although they were separated by several hours of time. Actually, no, they weren't separated by hours of time. Spam s'mores. Okay. We talked about doing blueberries or like fresh fruit in s'mores. And that sounded good. That's not savory, but it is a little like a side quest to the s'more scenario. Spam s'mores sound fascinating and really highlights the fact that really spam does go with anything. So this whole system, if you're just joining us, this whole system is basically like a knife sharpening kit. It takes a bit to set up and get put in place, which is why I tend to do all of my knives at the same time when I'm sharpening them. Also, I keep bumping. I just think I just bumped the camera. I tend to do all of my knives at the same time when I'm sharpening. So that's what we're doing today. The last time we did knife sharpening on stream was certainly a few months ago, 5, maybe 6 months ago. So these are definitely in need of a little bit of help today. We use pretty much all of these knives regularly. Any meat? Yeah. I mean, spam sounds good. It's salty. Like, it's savory. I don't see why it wouldn't go. I think I had the thought that one of my next camping trips, I'd like to just do a I'd like to just do a pure pie iron stream, or not stream, a pie iron menu. Dead Greg's, welcome in. Nice to have y'all. I hope stream was good for y'all today. So thank you for the shout out. Dead Greg's is a fellow food and drink streamer, but also on the on TikTok and YouTube primarily, has been foraying into the Twitch world, and we love to see that. Dead Greg's is also a home cook and cooks recipes from, you'll be surprised to learn, from a deceased friend named Greg, who collected handwritten recipes and also enjoyed cooking. And that is a really fascinating process to go through. But welcome in. I would encourage y'all to follow, not just on Twitch, but if you have a TikTok, click through to Dead Greg's channel and then click on the social links that are there and do the other social media as well, where you will find shorter form content. Nice to have y'all. Friends who are joining us on the stream today. My name's Lou. This is a cooking channel. We do food mostly. I know it's the food and drink category, but mostly we do food. I'm a home cook and recipe developer in Philadelphia. We are doing a bit of kitchen admin today. It is a knife sharpening day, which is always a little bit different from our normal stream. Normally I'm sort of frantically doing a bunch of stuff at the stove. Usually I'm a little more frantic, but the knife sharpening is a very zen level on stream. So we're gonna do that, and then if you want frantic, we'll be doing that later when we clean out the baking cabinet and things get bad. Because the baking cabinet is not in a great spot. This is a full-on sharpening system, so it's definitely not something I break out all the time. It was something I wanted for a long time. I finally got it as a gift. It was on the Christmas list for years and years and years, and is it works really well. Hello, welcome in, Philly gang, welcome in. Go birds if it pleases you. It would be funny if it played music. It is very zen-like to use. As I said, it takes a bit to set up, and you kind of have to like the details of the thing. But I think if you're the type of person who like wants to sharpen your own knives in general, like this type of thing would appeal to you. Hey, Faded Epitaph, I want to show you what's on the fridge. I don't let me be super clear that I don't give a damn about sports. I do not care, and I'm never going to care. I'm not like I'm not in the like letting the Eagles ruin my day, week, year. Right? We don't do that here. However, I will tell you very definitively that when the Eagles win, this city is a better place to live because people are happier. And so, for that reason alone, I will root for the Eagles. Now, will I watch the game? No. No, I will not. No, I will not. I will, in fact, go grocery shopping during the during. I will go grocery shopping during the Eagles game. Flipsy Fiona, hello. More of a Jaguars fan. I don't know what city the Jaguars are in. That's how much I'm a sports fan. But that's good. I like Jaguars at the Animal. They're fun. Well, Uma, the chat does change, and 10 minutes after a raid, it will go back to the way it was before. It does change because someone the other day commented that like, oh, if you get a raid and you have followers only on, like people won't chat. So I was like, you're right. That's true. Very true. So it does. I set the bot to like make it do that. Didn't take all that. It wasn't a lot of effort, but it we'll see. It should turn back on at some point soon. I don't know, soon. It will turn back on at some point. Yeah, Faded Epitaph. Going shopping Sunday morning, 10 a.m. at the grocery store is about the worst time you can go during football season. I would only ever go to the grocery store at that point if it was like medically necessary. So, sometimes I chat for longer than that before I decide to follow. I think I haven't really tuned it to exactly where I want it to be. Uma, I feel like it will. I will probably make some adjustments to that. That timing. Good to know about the like chatting for a little longer, because I generally I turned the stream to followers only mode when we did the front page thing for camping, and then I decided to leave it on and just see what happened. Because follows are silent, like no one knows whether someone's following. Like no one knows when people follow this stream. Like I know because I see it on my thing. But I decided to like leave it on and see if it made any difference, right? That's my John. Command John, JAWN, in chat. You can understand for yourself what that means. Boris says, I can't wait for the World Cup. Is the World Cup next week? Is this starting next week? I know it's in Philly. I keep you can't not know that there are World Cup games in Philadelphia. Like if you live here, which I do, it's everywhere. It's literally the bus stops, the buses, the TV commercials. It's kind of ridiculous. It's very ridiculous. Faded Epitaph says, I'm new. Faded Epitaph, I feel like I know your name from other... I feel like you chat in another stream that I lurk in. I can't bring it to mind, but your name is very familiar. SEPTA stops. Yeah, it's like ubiquitous. There is a lot of World Cup coverage, at least visibility. Visibility, that's the term I'm looking for. There's just like a ton of it. I don't know where else they're doing World Cup stuff. I know like New Jersey, right? Like there's a Jersey thing. I need to get a new this piece that I'm using right now on the edge. This is the end of this is a 3000 grit. So this is called a polish tape, and these wear out really quickly. So they get all around Twitch. Yeah, like I said, I feel like the name is familiar. It's like every once in a while you see someone and you like see someone and you're like, wait, why do I know your name? And then like a month or two later, you'll be in someone's chat and you'll be like, and you'll see like, you'll see a like 4-year subscriber badge or something in someone else's chat, and you're like, oh, that's where I've seen you before. Boris says Philly, Jersey, Houston, and Atlanta. Okay. Well, this is 2000 grit tape. I haven't even used the 3000 grit. Damn. Should we be polishing these up to 3000? I don't think so. I don't think that's necessary. I think 2000 is just fine. Everything else is in the 6 US cities: Canada, Mexico. Yeah, I know it's like all over. It's like North America World Cup, right? Oh, Oma, that's weird. That's a surreal experience. Twitch is certainly known for its fun little glitches like that, especially on mobile. I just found out the other day that you can watch a stream, or not. I just found out that you can watch streams on Twitch. Did you guys know that? I'm totally kidding. Obviously, I'm kidding. Am I? Yes. I don't even know anymore. I found out that while you're watching a stream, there is like a sleep timer that you can turn on that like will turn the thing off after a period of time. I didn't know that. I was like, I had no idea that was like a thing. And I did that the other night. I was like watching a stream, and like a music stream, like before bed, and turned on like the sleep timer and just like fell asleep to it, and then it was off. And I was like, wow. Shows you how infrequently I use the Twitch mobile app. Very infrequently, frankly. Okay, we're getting into a new set of knives. Yeah, Boris, I feel like that's true. The food and drink community specifically is relatively small, in terms of viewership, but also in terms of like the community. I think there's, if you're into watching people cook and like talk at you, that is a niche audience. And it is interesting because I certainly know, I'll see folks in some chats and I'll be like, oh yeah, especially this always happens when there's someone who's new, like new to food and drink. A new streamer, I should say, who's like new to being in the category. And, I'll go into their stream and I'll be lurking, and like the two people who were chatting in their stream, I like have seen in other people's streams before. This happened the other day. There was this one person who I was watching had like 2 viewers, and it was like me and another person who's in this chat, not this chat currently, but who hangs out on this channel too. And I was like, oh, hey, what's up? like, oh, hello. It's kind of funny. Velas is like, where do I know you from? Yeah, exactly. I I often, when I stop into a new channel, I won't chat for a while because I just want to see who's there first. Shart says I've been woken up after 4 or 5 raids. Yeah, that definitely happens. And you're like, what are we doing on this part of the internet? Yikes. Let's get out of here. It is funny to see where things end up sometimes, I think is the best way to put that. Like, I know, like, I always raid. Like, I raid every stream. I don't think I've ever, maybe I've had like 1, maybe 2 streams where I haven't raided out, but I always raid. Maybe I think it's good to like share new people with the community, for the exact reason that I'm talking about. Like, it is a small group, and I'm like, if I see someone who is doing something in food and drink and I haven't rated them in a while, I do love to bring folks there. But it is funny later if I like, and I do this happens on this computer, like I'll raid and I'll leave the stream lurking and then I'll come back and it'll be like, later that night, and I'll be like, where am I just hit the back button a few times and see like where we went. It's always kind of fun to do that. Woman said I'm quick to chat in new streams. I am quite the opposite. What I will do is if I'm chatting somewhere and we raid out, or we raid into someone different or someone new that I like know that I've never chatted in, I'll always like post something in chat. Just that way, if I ever decide to chat again, it doesn't show up as like a first time chat to the person watching. I like to be as anonymous as possible. I'm weird like that. There's a few streams that I chat in, or that I post in chat regularly. Some of the one of them is like a DJ stream, because the stream chat is like just emotes, like just kind of, it's like a stream of emotes. So I always will post a few things in there. But generally I wait. I'm definitely more of a lurker. Because usually I don't have a keyboard in front of me, and I hate using my phone for anything. My phone is for observation only. I don't usually use it to actually type on. Phone is for viewing only. Yeah, Velos, and I appreciate that. I was in someone's stream. It was the first time I'd ever been in their stream before, the other day. Like they were doing food and drink, and not only did their bot say hi to me, there was 2 people in the stream, but the bot was like, hey, what's up, Eat It Dads? And then the streamer was like, Eat It Dads, hello, like, good to have you in. And I was like, like, no. Please don't do that to me. Please don't do that to me. I was horrified. I didn't chat. I did not. I was like, nope, not happening. And I'm not going to say who it was because I don't want to be like, this is a bad thing, but like, don't do that to people. That is a thing that I certainly don't do, but I think that it's one of those things that, like, if you're new to streaming, you may, like, the bot offers that as like a tool, right? Like, it's a setting, you can just turn it on, and some people don't understand that that's horrifying to others. But that's fine. I wasn't like offended. I was just like, I'm good here. Well, I watch quite a bit of music on Twitch. I generally will, I generally watch, I say watch, I'll generally like be listening to it. Like, I don't, I'll like turn it on my laptop or my phone, and then I'll like turn the screen off. Um, so I do watch a bit of that. Joe is great. Um, I've seen their stream for sure. Um, I think Joe is one of the ones that does like late night streams on the East Coast, and that's one where I'll like tune into and then fall asleep. Um, yeah, Velos, I feel that. I have a whole list in my Gmail drafts that's like streamers to follow who I found while they were live, and like I didn't know what happened when you hit the follow button, so I didn't follow, but like I'll follow them when they're not streaming. Oh, Boris, that's awesome. If y'all have favorite music streamers, please feel free to put their names in chat. I love like you don't have to like be coy about who they are. I love new music streams. Ports, welcome to the check-in. 40 check-ins. Yeah, okay. See that? I was waiting for that to happen. That was 40, and uh that should have triggered a Discord notice. It didn't. So we're gonna change that setting and try again. Broccoli, hello. Yeah, Ports, I like being anonymous, and follows on this stream are completely anonymous. So like there's no sounds, like there's nothing. When you hit the follow button, like literally nothing happens, which is great. Hey, if you're lurking right now and you're not following, you should know that I'm never going to say anything if you hit the follow button unless you're already in chat. Uh, so feel free to do that, and no one will know. I'll know, but no one else will know. Super. Calamari Gold. Excellent. Excellent drummer. Fisher Bacon, welcome in. Hello. Boris says Mermaid Unicorn, also musician, fantastic streamer, fantastic vibes, great voice, presentation, and everything. I love that. Yeah, well, Uma, I feel like I'm quite the opposite to that. I follow a lot of streams, but I try to follow everyone who I see who is in the food and drink category, who like streams food regularly. And regularly means like has streamed more than once or twice. Like if someone's in the food and drink category, what I do is I go into their video, I'll like go into their profile and I'll look into their videos. And if you are have your VODs saved, and it saves like, I don't know, however many days worth of VODs. If you have like more than one food and drink stream, I will like mark it down and follow you. Musicians, I follow a lot of those. A lot of musicians, a lot of food streamers, a lot of makers and crafting streamers. I follow a lot of people who paint as well. I imagine it's good for networking. Well, I think it can be. I think for me, I like to just kind of be able to click through my following list and see like food streamers. So when I'm looking for a raid target, I usually click the category, but sometimes people aren't streaming in food and drink category, but they are like cooking streamers, if that makes sense, right? Like a lot of people will stream in IRL, or just chatting, but they'll be cooking. So that is, it is good. I guess it's good for networking. I feel like, back in the day for like social media stuff, you used to like, it used to be the thing to follow, you follow 20 accounts a day. And if they don't follow you back, you unfollow them, like that type of thing. Like, I don't do that. I usually will just follow someone if they're in food and drink. And then I don't know, I've never gone back and cleaned up my following lists. Like, if you're not streaming, you're not in the sidebar. So I'm just not going to see you. I give them follow in times anyway, just to get the boost, which is good, fellas. I think. And there's some folks someone was streaming in food and drink the other day, but was, how do I put this? More of like a hot tub streamer than like a cooking streamer. And like, I did not follow them because I was like, I'm good. I'm good. Webinar. Wabney Art, welcome in. Hello. But yeah, I'll follow pretty much anybody if you're like in the category. GG's. I tried to. I'm glad that I got it right. That's always good to know. If I can't figure out how to pronounce someone's name, I'll just ask you. That's how it goes. Yeah, well, exactly. Mainly for me, because of a couple things, like the food and drink club, right? Which, like, hey, if you're a food and drink streamer and you're not in the creator club, there's a link to that in the Twitch chat. But like for the creator club, I do like to know who's streaming in the category. Generally speaking, I think it's good to sort of keep a pulse on folks that are coming in and out. I feel like, I mean, people come and go on Twitch. That's the thing. Like, I was just looking the other day. I forget what it was, but I saw like some names and I was like, oh, it was like some people who were streaming in food and drink like 2-3 years ago, right? Who were like, I was like, oh yeah, I remember rating these folks a couple times, blah, blah, blah. And then, yeah, I was like, I just saw that it was someone specific. They got recommended to me on Instagram actually yesterday. And I was like, oh, what have you been up to? Nothing, apparently, which is fine. For living life off the internet, which is great. Yeah, not necessarily to get follows back. Yeah, I only follow people because I'm interested in like keeping track of them, and not in a way of like keeping tabs on them. It's more like, hey, you're in the food and drink category. Me too. Let me follow you just for whatever. Boris says the Better Olivia is a fun watch. For music on Sunday mornings, community themes, songs based on themes she gives out every week. Video game music. I like video game music streams. Those are always really fun. Well, this might be the best sharpener I've ever seen. It's a good one. It's not cheap. I will tell you that. I got it as a Christmas gift after having it on my like list for years. And it's a bit to set up. It's not difficult, but it takes a few minutes to set up. Just like any really kind of good sharpening system would take a few minutes to set up. Even if you were doing it on a handstone, it would take, you got to get everything set up, your base, your water, your towels, all of that. But this one is good. I like that it maintains a consistent angle for your knife throughout, like the whole edge of the knife. You if you're using the system correctly, you can't mess up the angle, which is great. From as far as music streamers go, not a music creator necessarily, but I've been listening to a lot of this new to me streamer who plays music. She does Tuesdays is like viewer request days, and I think her uh shtick, it's like mid shtick. The genre that she most closely plays, I think she calls Midwest emo. Um, but it's been interesting. I've been like listening to a bunch of her playlists on Spotify at the gym actually. And feeling very, very 16 years old again. Um, which is always kind of fun. Um, well, it says, it's like the sound normally grates against my ears. Right. Yeah. Well, if you're doing it in the air, like the honing, I think is what I'm imagining you're talking about, the honing when someone takes the, like this thing, takes this thing and is like doing this with it. Which is definitely a very different sound. Yeah. Sorry. Also, sorry. Didn't mean to like make that a triggering moment. Um, yes. Anyway, Short says I unironically love Midwest emo. I also do. Hold on, I'll shut them out in a second. But I've been really enjoying her streams. That when I was saying I fell asleep to someone streaming music the other day, that's whose stream I was falling asleep to. Hold on, there's my keyboard. There's my keyboard. So the person I am talking about specifically is, wait, nope, that's not the right key. How do I even spell this? That should be the right one. I mean, just chatting. I think that's the right one. I am hoping so. If not, let me know how it goes at that other channel. Yeah, music streamers are great. I obviously I'm a big fan of Patrick Richards. I mean, he does, he's a DJ, so I do love the folks who are playing their own instruments though. I like I'm always very impressed. Um, Rob Kovacs is one who does piano. I like his stream. Um, Forget the woman's name, who is one of the advisors to the music club. Much like the food and drink club, there's a club for folks who play music as well. Um, her name escapes me at the moment. It'll come to me. But her stream is great. She plays brass instruments. She plays the saxophone primarily, uh, which is great. And then there's lots of folks who play. There's a couple of folks who play drums, which I always impresses me as someone who does not have a very good internal sense of rhythm. Um, my I tried to play a drum set a couple times in my life and failed so miserably. So miserably. I can't get my hands and feet to do different things. It's kind of hard. Um, I tend to learn the kalimba. I don't know what that is. What kind of instrument is that? Is that it sounds like a percussion instrument, but I am a thumb piano. Oh, one of those things? Oh, excellent. I know exactly what you're talking about. Those are fun. And you can even play them if you're all thumbs too. Sorry, that was a terrible joke. That was a dad joke. You can have that one for free, no charge. Kalimba. I didn't know it had a formal name. Cool. Uh, I'm excited. My son this year gets to keep his instruments from school over the summer. In years past, he has had to give them back, but um, this year he's allowed to have them at home over the summer, which is super cool. Uh, we don't encourage. Encourage isn't the right word. We don't require him to practice his instruments at home. He's not like he doesn't have like mandatory practice time. Um, but sometimes he gets in the mood to like play, and it's nice that that'll be an option this summer because it hasn't been any other summer. And I feel like you lose a little bit, even if it's not quite like riding a bike. There is a bit of a relearning curve that has happened every school year that he's played an instrument, and I'm hoping that this year is a little easier if he's allowed to keep them. He plays the trumpet and the violin, and both pretty well actually for being in 5th grade. So this whole knife system makes it easy to use. It's very, I would say it's very meditative to use. And I'm not really explaining what I'm doing very much. But if you have questions about what I'm doing and like why I'm doing any of these, like what is that thing? What is this thing? Like why do you do that? I'm happy to answer like questions about it. I'm not, I haven't really, I explained what some of these things were right a little bit ago, but if you're just tuning in the past like 40 minutes or so, you may be like, what are you even doing? Which is fine. Listening to him practice the trombone was an experience, Caretaker says. Yeah, I definitely have that experience as well, where I'm like, I um I appreciate I do like when he practices. I will certainly listen. Um we don't require him to like he doesn't have, as I said, like mandatory practice time at home. He gets quite a bit of practice at school. I think he has band like twice a week. Um so when he expresses interest in like can I play something for you, can I play like a song or whatever, I'm usually like, yeah, let's hear it. I think if he got really into it and was like in a group or something like that and had to practice like multiple times a week, it might get a little older. But I appreciate when he like pulls the trumpet out and plays it for us, because he doesn't usually do that. Oh yeah, we're looking sharp here. And you can see that we have these I'll show you in a second here once I've got the blade polished, but you can really tell on these knives, the carbon steel knives. On the carbon steel knives, you can really tell where where the sharpen portion is, because the rest of the blade has a little patina to it. So it's like a very high contrast difference between the sharpened edge and the rest of the blade. Kind of funny. There we go. Yeah, this looks great. Oh my God. An expensive knife unsharpener. That's really kind of funny. There's you could also unsharpen these knives very easily if you weren't using this thing correctly, that's for sure. Yeah, you can really see the edge of that blade when I kind of swivel it. Yeah, this is nice and sharp. Nice. Oh, I almost just cut myself. Beautiful. And then this is literally the exact same knife. You know, I should have this happens to me, and this has happened to me every time I've sharpened these knives on stream. I have two knives that are exactly the same, and every time I forget that I have two that are literally the exact same knife that I can just use like the same stone, and I could do each knife with the two knives in a row with the 400 grit, two knives in a row with the 600, etc. I needn't have taken a break in between them. Well, you know, that's funny. I mean, hey, if it works, right? If it's the if it's a viable usage. Woman says the other day I was thinking about a razor, but it's a mini lawnmower and it's powered by motor oil. We have to use an eyedropper to fill it with gas. Oh my god. Would it work vertically? Would you be able to use it like this? Now I'm trying to come up with like a clever gag name for it. Yeah. It's wild because with these carbon knives, you really see the difference. She's allergic to pineapple, so I keep my eyes open for pineapple themed things, which I assume is a well-intentioned and well-received gag. It would be fun to shave your face like that. I was just looking at razors the other day. Uh Electric razors because I don't like mine, but I also have very specific requests for a razor. I haven't bought a new one in like 15 years, so I don't even know how to search for them now. If there was one that looked like a lawnmower, I would at least look at it. That's for sure. What other pointless inventions have you considered? A waterproof tea bag. Okay. A pineapple inside of a snow globe. That sounds fun. That sounds like an all seasons decoration as opposed to just a holiday one. A pineapple for me. What musical is that from? Oh, I don't remember. It's not Godspell. Forget that song that song that I just hummed is from a specific musical, and I'm Gwen would know. Would you have to use the lawnmower outside? At least then you wouldn't have to clean up the stubble out of your sink. It'd be funny to let your leg hair grow for a long time and then shave like a giant strip down your leg. October Camille says, new debate. Do pineapples belong in snow globes? Yes. Yes, clearly. I think so. I I think unhinged snow globes are an untapped market. I only ever have snow globes that are like holiday themed. I don't think I've ever, because the ones that are like the globe shaped are always like fancy, right? Like you can go on any like tourist place and they have the ones that have like a skyline in them or something, but they're not really a globe. They're always like a different shape. Calvin's got one somewhere on this little table over there. Snow globes. Remember when I was a kid, one of my relatives used to get me like a snow globe for Christmas every year, and I was like, can you just give me the money that you spent on this? Robin, that's cute though. It's cute to have something like that like you can look out for somebody. It also makes gifting fun. I was gonna say easy, but not necessarily easy because like after 9 years, like what else do you got, right? I like pineapples as a fruit. A mini weed whacker, right? Oh my God. You gotta watch out with that thing. Watch where you're putting that thing. Oh God, Bellis, I'm sorry to hear that. And also, yes, winter camping, or summer camping, I'm out. I'm out. Screen door in a submarine, waterproof tea bag, glow in the dark sunglasses, solar powered flashlight, an ejector seat in a helicopter. Ejector seat in a helicopter sounds terrifying. That one is grim. That's really grim. A pineapple onesie. Is it pineapple print or pineapple shaped? Speaking of pineapple, one of the streamers that I was thinking about the other day who hasn't streamed in a long time and is, I don't know if he's taken an intentional break, or I know he's taken an intentional break, but I don't know if he like stepped away with a specific amount of time in mind. But I was just thinking of BB Bubs wearing the like pineapple thing as one of his channel point rewards. Interesting. I know you can grow like the pineapple tops. I've seen those before where people like just put the top in a planter and like it just takes root and sprout it. It's just pineapple shaped. Good shape to be. Interesting, Bellas. I don't think I've ever seen a pink pineapple. Weird. Fucking the Dole companies just like gatekeeping the pink pineapples. I've never even heard of these. I'll have to ask. Next time I go to Iovine, I'm going to be like, do y'all carry pink pineapples? I love pineapple though. It's one of my favorite fruits. Sorry that there's folks out there who can't eat it. It is delicious, I think. Oh man, this one's coming along really well. The pineapples, but they're hollowed out. The I have seen, well, Uma, you joke, but one of the festivals that's actually I've been to this. There's a street festival in Philly that's coming up soon. Actually, I think it's June 19th. It is every year I take Calvin, and one of the vendors that he always is like, can we get that thing again? Is basically they sell like a fruit smoothie in a completely cored and hollowed out pineapple, like in a thing. It's like a giant pineapple, and they make the beverages out of the pulp of the pineapple. They don't waste it, obviously. But it's always funny because I'm like, you see people walking around with these like giant pineapple beverages, and you're like, what are you gonna do with that afterward? Like, what's the next step with this thing, right? Do they even make? Oh no, I didn't know they made pineapple peelers specifically. I today I learned that they make a specific pineapple peeler. I am very curious about this now, because that's one of the things that does annoy me about pineapples is the actual like cutting off the outside of it, especially getting the eyes out of it. They're cheap to buy. I'm sure they are. I'm just ill-informed. I'm uneducated about the ways of the pineapple peeler. I just use a knife. If I was peeling a pineapple, I would probably use this knife that's actually in my hand right now, the one I'm sharpening. An apple peeler with a pizza blade on the bottom? Oh, like a little V, like a V to get the eyelets out? It is because you said bottom. Yes. Correct. That is correct. All right. This is looking, feeling, and sounding good. Oh my God. It does taste like normal coconut juice. Yeah, it's more of a performance than anything, fellows. I remember we went, I forget where we were. It was either Jamaica or St. Thomas, which are the only two places I've been that are even remotely tropical. One time, and I think it was St. Thomas, where we were driving and we saw like a guy on the side of the road who just like had a machete and was just like standing there. And it was terrifying until you realized that they were selling like pineapples, like, or not pineapples, coconuts. They were like to people who were like driving by. But for the moment, when you like pull up and you don't see the big pile of coconuts there, you're like, oh, there's a man with a machete approaching the car. That's fun. And then they're like, would you like a coconut with a straw? And you're like, oh, yes. Woma, an extra sharp butter knife. You know what? You say that as a joke, but I have done that before. When I used to work at a camp, a Boy Scout camp, one of the things that we did for fun was take the butter knives out of the dining hall and sharpen them and like put a point on them. And it is kind of terrifying because you can easily slide your hand right up the handle to the blade when you're like cutting with it. Cyber, welcome back. Dan, hello. Welcome in. All right. We are working on a larger knife now. Speaking of a large knife, this is my camping knife. So we've moved up in size from the small knife. We did the small knives and we did the medium knives. Now we're working on the larger knife. This one is the last one that we're going to be doing at 21 degrees worth of edge. The ones next, so we're going to do the Japanese knives after this one. The Japanese knives, and then this knife, which is Calvin's thinner. This is a much actually, yeah, this is a much thinner blade than the ones I'm doing now. So these four over here, we're going to do at a 19-degree angle as opposed to a 21-degree angle. So I'm doing all of these at these thicker blades. There we go. All these thicker blades at a 21-degree angle. So all of these, I'm only making one adjustment between knives here. That's the goal. The goal is to like keep this as as seamless as possible. And I'm just cleaning my stone in between here. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, so it cuts around the inside. Okay. I'm thinking of something that you like peel on the outside. I know what you're saying now. It does it does everything like on the inside. I'm thinking of like peeling the outside of the thing. And I'm imagining a pizza cutter, like a pizza shaped piece that would like cut the eyelets out of it. That's what I was imagining, which is okay. I see what you're saying now. Okay. Interesting. Does it expand to work on different size pineapples? All right, this blade definitely needed a little bit of sharpening. I did this one last time, but for some reason, I think kicking around in my camp cooking box, even in the sheath, I don't know. It's got dull somehow. It's duller than I was expecting it to be, I'll say that. Pepperoni shaped pineapple pieces. Yeah. I always see chunks, right? It's always chunks. It's never like thin little rings. You could definitely make that happen. I love pineapple on pizza. I'm personally a big fan. I think that the tartness of it against the richness of any type of cheese is a good contrast. All right. So I'm going to do one more round with that stone. We're just kind of cleaning it first. Yeah, do one more round. I'm trying to see. There we go. To hold that up against a light. That's better. There we go. Okay. Let me clean the stone too. So we're into the last knife for the like regular knives. The next three plus my son's knife are a sort of specialty knives. They're only specialty in that they get sharpened at a different angle. Not that they function differently or require different techniques. They just have a different angle to them. So we have not yet, if you've joined us and are like, what's happening now? We started stream by having a coffee and just chit-chatting a little bit. And then I figured out what we're having for dinner. I did a very few minutes of prep for dinner today. We're going to do sausage, egg, and cheese sandwiches and a little bit of tomato soup, like a little small cup of tomato soup for dinner. So I prepped just for a few moments for that. Then we got started with the knives. So we have just been sharpening knives for most of the thing today. Once we get finished with the knives here, I'm going to we're going to make an adjustment and work on cleaning out and reorganizing my baking cabinet. So y'all have heard me sort of talk about the baking cabinet or have heard me mention it whenever we're doing streams where I'm baking. I've cleaned it out on stream once before, but that was a while ago, maybe a year, possibly more. So we're going to get back to that today. That'll be on the other side of the kitchen, so we'll switch cameras in between. Once we're finished that, I think that's going to be the end of stream, but I don't know. We might actually make dinner. It depends how long that takes me. I don't foresee that taking too long, and dinner's only going to take like 10 or 15 minutes to make. So we'll see how we do. But that's what we're doing today. That's sort of the next little bit of the stream. Well, we've still got a few knives to go here. We're certainly not finished yet with the knives. But just the heads up, that's what's going on for the rest of the stream today. This is definitely a kitchen admin day. Not a lot of cooking today. Actually, no cooking today. So, you all right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Gwen's been downstairs putting together a couch, I think.
Yes.
Maybe putting together a couch.
Still doing that. Doesn't look like I am, but...
Caretaker, that's really funny. Is it proceeding as expected?
I laid out all the parts like they were in the picture. You're proud.
I am proud. That sounds like a great way to do it. Laying out everything, reading all the directions first. Very nice. There's a restaurant here called Double Zero that has a Hawaiian-esque pizza with pineapple slivers on it. I don't understand why people hate pineapple on pizza. Like, it's weird to me. Like, just don't eat it. Like, why do you have to hate on it? Like, let people enjoy what they enjoy. I think I'm talking about the people who are actively, like, vocally against it. Like, okay, we get it. You don't like it. Move along. Woman says sometimes it's a texture thing, right? Everyone loves tomatoes on pizza and they're a fruit. Why not pineapple, right? They're also acidic. Like, they have tomatoes. The tomato on the pizza provides a similar contrast to the cheese and the dough as a pineapple does. Right, fellas, exactly. Just like let people enjoy their shit in food and in life. People were told to hate it, so they did, right? It's institutionalized. Is equivalent to Nickelback on rock lists. There's some hills I'm not going to die on. I just choose not to listen to Nickelback. You can't put ketchup on a hot dog. Right. I think ketchup is calling it a hot dog. I feel like that's a regional thing too. And I know we've talked about this before, but I was shook the day that we were talking about this on stream. And I remember feeling very confused that like most people here grew up like in a place where putting ketchup on your hot dog was weird. I don't know. Maybe it was just a me thing. I don't know. Like when I was growing up, I only put ketchup on my hot dog. I don't think I knew anything differently. Like to find out that the majority of people are just like are mustard only was like, what are you talking about? Woman says people generally channel their anger in weird ways. Yes. Yeah, I guess I'd rather you like rail tilted windmills against the pineapple on pizza than like many other things. I'd rather you hate pineapple on pizza than any variety of person. So there's that. My nephew will sometimes find a hot dog in his ketchup, right? I feel like that's a kid thing. Hot dog ketchup is like, I don't know what it is, but like kids love ketchup. A lot of kids. It's like, that's a very common thing. Like, oh, I'm just going to like put ketchup on it and it'll be better. Yeah, Velas, I remember I remember being like, what do you mean y'all haven't even heard of this before? From two different takeout places. I also want pizza right now. That is a truth that I'm struggling with in this moment. I'm struggling with the fact that at the beginning of stream, I was like, we're not going to order any food today. And now I really, really just want a Hawaiian pizza. Different colored ketchups for the new Minions movie. Imagine a yellow ketchup. You're like, oh yeah, you want some mustard on this? Here you go. That's not a good. If you're expecting mustard and you get ketchup, that's not good. I'm not, and I'm also not saying that ketchup or like that one or the other is bad. I personally like both, plus relish. I remember the purple ketchups too. I definitely remember the purple ketchups. Purple, green, yellow, and orange. Interesting. I definitely remember the purple ones. I feel like I remember the green ketchup too, but I don't go in for like the novelty stuff like that. I'm just a more of a like red ketchup, please person. Like, for example, I was saying like we're gonna have a sausage, egg, and cheese sandwich for dinner tonight, right? I'm gonna put ketchup on mine. Fried egg, sausage, cheese, ketchup. And I will not be made to feel bad about that. That's just how it is. And you can maybe not like that if you don't want to, but I don't know. The folks that are like, what do you mean? It's so gross. Ketchup is so gross. Or like, whatever. I don't know. I tend to get really annoyed by people who have like deeply held opinions about food that like want other people to share those opinions, or not share, that feel like they have the right to other people sharing that opinion with them. I remember being told green ketchup was healthier. Caretaker. That's a bit of a stretch, but like, sure, I can imagine that's a thing. Maybe I can imagine saying things as like a desperate parent sometimes, trying to get your kid to eat something. Like, just eat the green one; it's healthier. Weren't you saying you were at some place where if you put ketchup on your hot dog, you had to ring a bell? No, but I feel like that sounds like the type of behavior I'm talking about. Although, in general, if you offer the ketchup, I feel like that's maybe a fun novelty thing. I think requiring someone to ring the bell is different than like having it available. Green M&Ms, right? Green means healthy, right? Blue ketchup. Oh my God. All of those novelty stuff, it's just funny. Food, like big food like that is weird. When I say big food, I mean like big food companies where we're just like, let's just make a purple one, right? Black, blue. Okay, so 19 degrees. I want to move my sharpener down. Now this little sharpener here has all these colored gradations on it. 1, 2, 3. So this is 21. This one where my thumb is at now. And this is 19. So we're just going to move that down to be even there. 19 degrees. All right, and we're ready to sharpen some Japanese knives. I was not paying attention. Listen, that's fine. I'm barely here myself, if I'm being honest. I'm just kidding. I'm totally here. Okay, we are moving along to our Japanese knives now. Japanese and thinner bladed knives. There we go. Okay. The 90s loved food coloring. Woma, I know it. I know that's right. And then I don't even like remember all of the 90s food trends. I also think from that perspective, I was very sheltered from those. My I know like my mom was not buying purple ketchup when I was a kid. Like we weren't buying any of that crap. And not because it was she like didn't want it or thought that it was bad, but like there was just no way we were going to have like weird food stuff in the house, like not necessary food stuff in the house. We didn't have a lot of like novelty things. We had regular ketchup. I don't know that I've ever had a ketchup that wasn't red. I'm aware that they exist slash have existed. I don't think I've ever actually had one. Let's see. Is this? Yeah. Let's see. Is that the correct angle? It is. Okay. We're doing all of these knives now. They're a slightly thinner blade, slightly thinner overall blade, and a finer angle of sharp. But the system and the process of doing the sharpening is the same, which is why I like this thing, because you can just change the angle and do the exact same thing, and the blade will come out the way you expect it. All right, we're moving through here. We got 4 knives at this level. Now in between here, I'm adjusting this little metal table so that it sits flush with the blade, because I sharpen all the way from end to end, so that the stone wears out evenly. In between each of these, I'm adjusting that as well, because the stones are all also slightly different thicknesses. What other 90s food trends were there? I keep coming back to Dunkaroos in my head. Dunkaroos, I remember the Dunkaroos advertisements, and I remember Polly-O brand string cheese for some reason. I don't remember why. Lunchables, oh my god. Those are like still a thing, Cyborg. Auntie, welcome in. Lunchables are like, they've like reinvented Lunchables now. Now they call them Feastables, and they're filled with mold. Yeah, Gushers for sure. I had an idea the other day. I was reading something about Pizza Huts being around still, how there's like a few Pizza Hut stores, like physical stores, still open. And I was like, we should go to a Pizza Hut and go to like get like pizza, like at a Pizza Hut. I was like, that would be a fun stream. I'd like to see someone do that. Shock value. Hello. My kid liked Lunchables for a bit. They're very expensive. Yes, they are. And you know what? Like, you can buy a box of crackers, a thing of like a brick of cheese, and a bunch of lunch meat. And you can, in fact, make Lunchables out of any kind of meat. They're the proprietary plastic packaging is not necessary in any of this, truly. Squeeze Its, oh my god. Squeeze Its. I remember there was one time I was in college. and I forget the name of the brand, but it was some sort of squeezable yogurt tube. They were hiring like college students for like street team marketing, and I got hired to like hand out. It might have been Go-Gurt or something like that at a Social Distortion concert, which like is funny if you know like Social Distortion, like punk band, right? So I just remember being in like this white jumpsuit at a Social Distortion concert, giving people like yogurt in tubes, and I was like, "What the hell am I doing with my life?" Kremlish, I think that's what I was reading about. This person who like purchased the chain and wanted to bring back the salad bar, and I was like, I'm very much into this idea. I think the nostalgia '90s thing, there's like a lot of like '90s nostalgia that's happening, and it's fascinating to me because it really mirrors the sort of like, you know, every generation has these things that they like come back to from a previous generation. Like, you know, when I was growing up and people were like into shit from the 70s, 60s and 70s, you know, now it's like people are into stuff from the 90s, and I'm like, oh cool, that's from when I was a kid. Fun. But I do think that it's very cyclical in that way. This blade has a nick in it, and it is not coming out. And I am going to start this blade again, but we're going to start this with the 120 grit, and we are going to grind this blade a little bit more. I'm old in the 90s, seems like last week. I know, shock value. That's kind of what I mean when I'm like, yeah, it's definitely the level now where you see people like, and I think I equate this to like people wearing Nirvana shirts, just like, you know, we kids in the 90s wore like Led Zeppelin shirts, right? It's very similar. You know, the kids are like, oh, I got this Nirvana shirt. And you're like, okay, but what do you know about that? And it turns out like maybe some of them know, you know, because they listen to music from that time. Okay, how did that go? Almost there. All right. Finding vintage stuff. I know, the idea that 90s is vintage now is like kind of great. It makes me wish that I had kept stuff from back then, that I'd kept like clothing and all that. Not because I want to wear it now, but because I think that I would love to sell it. My motivations have nothing to do with looking hip. My motivations are all capitalist focused. How do you know this Weezer song, right? Because I was alive when it came out on the radio. That's how I know this Weezer song. Child. Oh yeah, that's better. Okay. Trying to get some of these. This one has just like a nick in it that's been there for a while, and I'm slowly getting it out. I think the one downside to this system is that it takes a little longer to grate off when you have actual divots in your blade. If you had a grinding wheel, you could just grind it right out, no problem. I had to explain what radio was. Yeah. It's so wild. It's such a different experience now that it really is. It's hard to make the equation to people if they don't know, you know. Wish I had the concert t-shirts now. I know, right? I was going through some stuff. So our basement flooded like a couple months ago, beginning of April, and I I had a bunch of stuff down there in boxes that was like old stuff, you know, and I've been going through it, and it's funny because I have, in amongst like schoolwork and things like that, there was like cassette tapes, like stuff I taped off the radio, you know, things like that. And it was like, man, what a different experience that was. But now you can just hear any song that you heard in the world and you liked, you can Shazam it or just like record it and find out what song it is and then just listen to it immediately, which I absolutely love. So I'm not one of those people that says nostalgia equals better. You know, I don't love, I remember when I was a kid hearing a song on the radio and being like, I don't know what the name of that song is or how to find it again. And like, I can't listen to it again if I wanted to. That's why the radio was valuable. Like, that's why you like listen to the radio all the time, you know? Who does that anymore? It is, you know, the only time I listen to the radio is when I go camping and I'm like out in a very rural area of the state or anywhere. When I'm out in a very rural area, I almost always tune into country radio because I just think it's funny. It's just like sometimes you don't have reception and whatever, and your phone's just like, you know, you're buffering. So I always just love turning on like whatever, like Froggy 98.2 or something like that, and like listening to whatever country music is on. That's super, Tunderella. I think physical media is still important. Having access to the things that you want to be able to hold on to, you know, you're not going to do that unless you like download, but even downloading MP3s is not a guarantee that like you'll still have that thing, you know? Like buying it on a record, as long as you can still have a record player, you know? Like one of the things that I did take out of the basement that like I'm keeping that they got totally soaked was, you know, my record collection of like stuff that my parents owned, things that I've purchased through the years. And like you could store those underwater. They're not going to go bad. You know, but like the hard drive that was down there that had a bunch of like old photos on it, that's gone. You know, that's not going to work anymore. Bakery, welcome back. Had to do some adulting. No, thank you. I don't love that for you, but I'm glad that you've completed it successfully or put it off and are now back having put it off successfully. It doesn't really matter which of those things it was. All right, this knife is good. I still have a very small divot in here, but it's not as bad as it was. And I'm not going to grind it down more today. The next time I sharpen this thing, it will probably come out completely. So we're just gonna let that one be for now. Whenever I have a knife now that gets like a really big divot in it, which hasn't happened in a while. Actually hasn't happened since I've had this sharpening system, but I would probably take it and get it ground out, like professionally ground out, rather than doing it on here. Yeah, Tundrella, it's definitely we're back. We've cycled back to now having value for these things. And I think that there's a certain type of person who recognizes like, hey, if I rely on this company to like hold on to my music forever, that's maybe not the best idea. Or videos or whatever it is, you know? I mean, things are so ephemeral like that. I I have a bunch of files on my laptop that are like live concerts that I've collected through the years, like different, just like live sets from different bands that I like. And it's like whenever I get a new phone, like that kind of thing, I have to like transfer them over and make sure that they're there and that they're viable and all of that. And it's worth it to me because like those things aren't available anywhere else. If I lost those files, I would be like, I just wouldn't have them anymore. Like they literally wouldn't exist anymore. They don't exist anywhere else except that individual hard drive or whatever. Yeah, Angry Rook, I wouldn't. Cassettes, like I definitely wouldn't. I mean, you do you. Like I'm not going to tell you what to do. Put pineapple on your pizza if you want to. I don't care, but like those are the types of things where for me, if I have the room for it, I'm going to hold on to them. For the reason of like having them like that. I mean, the other thing too is like having a player for that kind of shit that works if you actually want to use them. If you just want to have them, I guess you don't need a player. But like for me, like I have a bunch of records and I want to be able to play them, Like that's an important thing for me. Do I play them all the time? No. But if I want to listen to this thing, I still want to have the means to do it. Oh, I had to deal with CDs skipping. I know that's right. Do you remember having a cassette? Did anyone have one of these? The cassette that like plugged in, like you put the cassette in your car and then you plug the cassette into like your disc player, your Discman or whatever, because like your car didn't have a CD player. I lived by that thing. That was like, I remember getting that was like life changing. Getting one of those was like, I was like, oh my God, I can listen to all this stuff in the car now. It was amazing. Sky Blue, yeah, you had one of those. I feel like if you tried to explain that to someone now, a kid, they'd be like, what do you even mean? Angry Rook says they still have VHS, floppy disks, 5 1/4 floppies. Oh yeah. 3.5-inch floppies, hundreds of CDs. Yeah, and none of that stuff. I mean, cassette tapes degrade over time, like the viability of the tape to like keep tension degrades. Oh, the Bluetooth adapter. I didn't even know that was a thing. See, I'm like, yeah. Oh, what does that mean? That's really funny. Turner says I still have some old DVDs and Blu-rays. Leather case. Oh yeah, the leather CD case. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. With all the burned CDs on it. I told Calvin about, I was like, oh, he was looking at my CD case the other day because I was like sorting through all this stuff from the basement, and he was like, I was like, oh, these are burned CDs, and he was like, what do you mean they're burned? Like what? Like I don't. He's like he didn't understand what I meant. Floppies were not a thing, Krem says, when I first started with computers. I had to save my data on a cassette tape. Yes. I remember the tape backup. Tape backup is still a thing. Bakery. This is a specific sharpening system. It's called Edge Pro. Basically, you have. I'll show you it from the side. So you have this thing. This is a base. This has a suction cup, and you have that, and then attached to that you have this like blade table. So there's this like table piece here. That is secure. Like all of this is secure. And you have this thing here, all of these colors are different angles. So I can move this piece up or down or up, depending on what angle I want the knife to sharpen at. And then that holds this rod. So what the color, where this is at determines the angle that I'm sharpening the blade at. And then the actual stone clips in and out of here. And there's different stones that I can like put in and out of this. It's magnetic, so the knife stays stuck here, and then you just move the stone over the knife. So it's pretty straightforward. I would say if you only use, if you don't use your knives super often, or like you don't have a lot of knives, it's probably not necessarily worth the cost of the thing. But if you buy it, it stays good forever, obviously. And then it doesn't, you can sharpen your own knives. You don't have to pay to have them sharpened, which is like the ideal situation for me, because I sharpen all of my knives at once. And this system has definitely paid for itself by now. It is not cheap, depending on which version of the thing you get, but it is, it does a really good job. You have to replace the stones. Yeah, if you used it a ton, you would. I'm still using the stones that came with it. So, if you sharpened knives for other people for money, you would probably have to replace the stones regularly enough. But like, no, I've never needed to replace the stones on this for my home sharpening purposes. Shockfire says tape backup made my IT life miserable. Right. Dump it all in the cloud and pray they stay solvent. Right. Well, that's the other thing, right? You're like trying to make sure that, there's always some issue. Data corruption, etc. Your internet going down. Amazon going down, whatever. That's why I like to have records. I don't play them all the time, but I have probably, I don't know, maybe 100 records or so. From some of them are relatively contemporary. Some of them were my parents. But I remember a couple years back, probably like 10 or so, I decided that I wanted to buy my favorite, like all-time favorite albums at that time in my life. I wanted to buy as many of those as I could find on vinyl so that I just had them. And I did. And so I have a good collection of like stuff that I enjoy. I mean, I haven't kept up with that. Like, it's plenty of albums that have come out since then that I've been like, this is great. And I was just saying this the other day, but I went to listen to an artist that I really like the other day, and I haven't listened to in about a year, and went to look them up on Spotify, and they are literally not there anymore. Can't get their music on Spotify. Can't stream it. They were on all sorts of playlists that I had, all of that. And I don't know why they're not there anymore, but like, I was like, okay, I guess I'm not going to listen to this again. And that was like, it was super frustrating. But again, that's why CDs were like $15 or so. I remember I was listening to a podcast. There's a podcast that I like. This Canadian music journalist runs it. It's called, what's it called? A Brief History of New Music or something like that. Anyway, he was talking about the pricing structure and how like basically, you know, you're buying when you buy a CD and it was like $15. Krem, thank you for hanging out today. Good to see you. I hope you have a good afternoon. They're talking about like when you buy a CD, they're basically like, you know, how many average times does someone listen to a song? You know, what's the cost per listen? And they're like trying to, I mean, obviously they're trying to basically say like, you know, they're expensive because you're listening to it a bunch and like we want you to pay per listen essentially. And then Spotify was basically like, we're doing the same thing, you know. And they were trying to, I don't know, it was an interesting like argument around why one is cheaper than the other. And I don't know, it's like because they're trying to pay as little as possible to the artists and as much as possible to the owner, the company that holds the data. Right, Adorable. I don't like the idea of relying on someone else's computer. Exactly. It's at least decent solution for offsite backups. Right. Nothing is worse than needing a backup and finding out it's also worked. This is true. This is true. And but I mean like but you know, there's also good plenty of like great like you know, whenever I get a new phone, I save my current phone to the cloud, turn the new one on, sign in, hit restore from backup, and it's all my shit's there immediately. And it's, well, not immediately, but like, you know, immediately enough, I don't have to transfer contacts over by hand. Remember having to do that? That was always like, well, got a new phone number. Guess I don't know anybody anymore. Bob Newhart, that is true. That's why in my house I'm allergic to peanut butter, and like I'm allergic to peanuts, not just peanut butter, but all forms of peanuts. And like all peanut products are super safe around me. I'm never gonna eat your Snickers bar. Wasn't me. It never was me. Now, will I eat other snacks that you've purchased? Absolutely. If there are like bakery items, baked goods specifically, that hang around here for more than like 2 or 3 days, I'll eat them. So we're on to our second to last knife. This is our Japanese utility knife. The last one I'm going to do is the chef knife, my largest chef's knife. I don't like doing that one first. That's the one I want, like, sort of the best. I want to give that one my best. And that one I like to do towards the end. Sometimes when I think about it, I like to do that one towards the end because I'm in a groove. I'm like practice. I've warmed up enough that one I can do. That one it turns out really well. So the knife sharpening, this only happens like twice a year usually. I do hone the knives in between this, so pretty much every time I use a knife I'll hone it and try to keep a good edge on it, but the actual sharpening is a bit of a chore. I mean, we've been at this now for 2.5 hours, something like that, probably a little less than that, maybe 2 hours. I don't actually know when I started sharpening time-wise in terms of like when in the stream length I started sharpening. Probably somewhere around an hour, if I'm guessing. So about 2 hours. Just maybe like 10 minutes per knife, something like that. Not too bad. This is nice though. I'd like to do this more often. Not just mine, but it would be nice. I'd love to, and I say this, I think I say this every time I sharpen knives, but I'd love to set aside time and like do this like for money, like for friends and neighbors, not necessarily like commercially, because commercially I'd have to have a much different like setup / approach. Probably need to move a little quicker. But like it'd be nice if I had like, I don't know, a couple people who were like every couple months wanted me to sharpen their knives for them. And it spent like a whole day doing that. Could be fun. Could be monotonous. It might be a pretty boring stream, just sharpening knives for like 6 straight hours. Make that like a co-working stream. Meanwhile, John Sin is out there lurking like, what are you talking about? If you don't know who I'm talking about, John Sin is a makers and crafting streamer who makes knives on stream. So he spends a significant amount of time literally making and sharpening knives. It's a fun stream. I like his stream. All right. This is, ooh, that is sharp. Oh, hold on. Still got a little bit of a burr on here. And I've been accounting for that the whole time, but I don't think I've mentioned burrs at all. The burr is when the metal starts folding over in one direction on the knife, and you need to smooth it out by going in lightly in the other direction. Otherwise, you have a knife that ends up feeling more dull than it was to begin with, even though you just sharpened it. So if you don't take the burr off of your knives, they end up somehow worse. All right, this is the 600 grit. So you have 600, then 1,000, and then 2,000. So we're getting there. And time check, 15:28. So my son should be home from school sometime in the next 30 minutes or so, or at least he'll be returning to the neighborhood. He may not come directly home. I told him he should go to the playground after school today and hang out with his friends because it's going to be nice. So we'll see if he does that. Probably not. He'll probably just come straight home. They had a field trip today, so he was all excited. They were going to court, the federal courthouse in Philadelphia, to do a mock trial. One of his little friends at the bus stop this morning was presenting. He was just going for fun. Not for fun. He was just going to observe, but his friend's class was like actually doing the mock trial, and his friend was all like dressed up in a collared shirt. It was really cute. They're in 5th grade, so like collared shirts aren't really their thing. Wild Nerd says, I don't think I have the patience for all this. I just buy new knives. You know, I've considered, we were talking about this a little earlier in stream too, about how the knives that you buy at like the grocery store or whatever, you can just like toss those in the dishwasher and you don't really need to give too much of a shit about them. And I was saying, I'd like to maybe have a knife or two like that, where I can just sort of beat the hell out of it. Explodes, welcome. It's going great. We're sharpening some knives today, and they are you could shave with this. I'm pretty sure I could shave with this. What? Obviously says I have a big two-sided diamond stone. Gotten good at being fast. Yeah, and if you have like a good two-sided stone setup and like you get your thing going and you got your towel and you just kind of get into it. Yeah, I mean you can certainly do it a lot faster. I'm doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different grits per knife. So that's a bit excessive, but like, hello, I'm Lou. It's nice to meet you. Often things are a bit excessive on this stream. So 400 grit side. Yeah, and so I start with the 220, 400, 600, 1000, and then I'm using a polish tape right now with a 2000 grit. So we're just going a bit overboard. We're supposed to have a dishwasher. Nope. Not supposed to. It is nice if you do, though. I love the dishwasher. I've lived places without one. I prefer having one. I want to scratch the finished. Yeah, totally. This thing is quite a bit of excess for like an everyday like kitchen knife. Yeah. Cool. But all of mine, as I was saying earlier, I think for better or for worse, all of the knives that I have, I like want to take good care of. And generally speaking, you know, I don't put them in the dishwasher. I don't, I don't put them in the sink. I keep them off to the side on the counter and make sure that they have, they're not getting nicked, that type of thing. So I do try to take good care of them, and I have a bunch. So most of the time on stream, if you like are watching when I'm cooking, I mainly use utility knives. Like I don't use this knife very often. This one's a big 8-inch chef knife. Like I don't use this that much. Mainly the ones that I use are these various like utility knives, right? So I have 5 or 6 of these that I sharpened all these today. Like I have a bunch of these, and when I try to kind of rotate between them, like when they start getting dull, I'll sort of move on to another one. So I don't sharpen super often, but like by the time I'm sharpening, all the knives are dull. I just hone them in between. I don't sharpen in between. I do this probably every 5 or 6 months. Splodes, we're doing 2 things today. Well, I'm doing a little bit of cooking. I don't know if we're going to get to that on stream though. It honestly depends on what my kids' plans are. Because if he comes home and he's like, I'm hungry, and he usually gets home around 4 p.m. It's currently 15:35 my time, 3:35 p.m. We're only doing a very straightforward sausage, egg, and cheese sandwich for dinner tonight, plus a little bit of tomato soup. So dinner is super easy. I'm not actually doing any like cooking. We probably should be in just chatting, huh? I guess we should have been in the just chatting section, but this is food adjacent. It's kitchen related. So once we finish with this knife, right? I sharpened all the knives that are in the block here, or all the non-serrated knives in the block. Once we finish this, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to migrate over to the other side of the room and organize my baking cabinet, because I also haven't touched that since the last time I sharpened knives. And I use that pretty frequently, and it is I keep pulling things out and having other things fall on me. So we're going to move to the other side of the room and do a bit of organization. So that's the plan for stream. And then if he's hungry and the timing lines up, then we'll do a quick dinner. But otherwise, we probably are not going to do cooking today. We do cooking most of the time, though. That is the normal stream content. So I'm just going to take the burr off of this one. It didn't quite come off. I thought I got it, but it didn't. But yeah, occasionally I do one of these like kitchen admin days, which is usually organizing some cabinet or several cabinets. In previous streams, the last time we did a cabinet organization was my pantry cabinet. So the one that is basically underneath of this camera. So here, this cabinet. We did that one, and then we did the one behind me and this one up here. So I sort of rotate which cabinets are getting love at any one time. I haven't done them all on the same day on stream before, which that would be an ambitious stream, I think. Organize all of my cabinets. But there's two different types of cabinets, as some of you are probably familiar in your own kitchen. You have your food cabinets, and then you have your stuff cabinets. And the stuff cabinets, some of them, in my kitchen anyway, do not need to be organized because they just stay that way. Like the cabinet that's right below me, right here, that one is fully optimized. Like it stays consistently organized. It's the same. It's been the same for a decade. Like every once in a while I get like a new bowl or something and I'll have to rearrange a little bit, and then there's the other cabinets that have like the things that don't get used very often. Those cabinets are some of them have gotten bad. There's definitely one cabinet, and I'm looking at you down there, that I keep putting things in without actually organizing them. So that cabinet is in dire need of a bit of love, but I think that's a bit more of a project than I want to tackle today. The baking cabinet is going to be enough. You have 4 cabinets. Okay. 4 is a good number. I feel like with anything, we tend to fill the space available and not necessarily like leave any of it empty, which I know is true for myself. I'm the kitchen in this house. So I live in Philadelphia. We have a row home. The kitchen is definitely like one of the largest rooms in the house for sure, and was absolutely the selling point of this house for me. You know, as someone who spends the majority of their time in this room, I was very sold on this particular kitchen. I mean, there's other things about the house that I like too, but when I'm not asleep, I'm usually in this room. And there are some areas of this room are super organized, and some of them are just like shit collectors. Like there's a table in this kitchen that I'm looking at right there. I've never shown it on stream, but it is just a shit collector. Like it is piled a foot high with my kids' stuff. And I want nothing more in this room than for that table to just disappear. But I don't want the stuff to hit the floor. I do recommend visiting Philly Explodes. Yeah. I think that Philly is one, it's a great place to visit. It's super accessible. It's a very walkable city if you like to walk. It's also really friendly for folks that are visiting without a car. So that's always a nice thing. You don't really need to get to the places that you would probably want to visit if you were here. You don't really need to drive. So that's always nice. Really good food, restaurants, etc. It's from the perspective of like comparing it to other East Coast cities, it's certainly cheaper and more manageable to visit than New York. And there's a lot more to do here than like DC or Baltimore or places in a similar area. I've lived here since 2002, so I'm a little bit biased in that sense. But I do think that you'll get a better cheesesteak here than you will anywhere else. That I am positive about. There are opinions. Many Philadelphians have opinions about cheesesteaks, but I will say I'm not a big cheesesteak eater myself. I've said this on stream. I probably the last 3 times I've had a cheesesteak in my life have been on stream, and only for the bit, and not necessarily because I enjoy them. But there's plenty to do here. I mean, it depends what you like. Like, what do you want out of a city that you're visiting as a tourist? If you're into like historical stuff, obviously we have a lot of that. If you are into artistic, performative arts, music, that kind of thing, plenty of that. Yeah, and as a history buff, I would say Philly is a really interesting city. It's obviously, we have a lot of like Revolutionary War era history here. Go see where the Declaration of Independence was signed, that kind of thing. So there is a lot of that. Old City is fascinating just to like walk around in because it's like literally colonial era. And then from a food perspective, for sure, I mean, we have a ton of good restaurants here, and it's not just cheesesteaks, vegetarian, vegan. I always encourage people to like check out like things like the farmers markets while you're here. Philly known for any other food. I think that Philly has a very good mix of things. We have a pretty decent amount of like pretty different Asian restaurants. Like the Chinatown here is pretty good. We have quite a few Israeli restaurants that are pretty well known. Italian obviously is like a thing. But I don't think Philly, outside of like cheesesteaks as sort of a trope, I don't actually know if Philly has a specific like this is like the best version of this food that you can get here. I think no matter sort of what type of food you're into, there's probably 2 or 3 restaurants that will do that food really well. For example, if you like Ethiopian food, there are 3 different Ethiopian restaurants in West Philly that are all really, really good. We have a really excellent izakaya bar here for sushi. There you go. Philadelphia roll. Yeah, you can get that here too. I just cringed at it because it's like cream cheese, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think Philly is interesting. I think we live in we certainly live in the shadow of New York, right? In the like, oh, if you're gonna go to Philly, why not just go to New York? You know what I mean? Well, because you'll spend a lot more money there, and it's busier. Like it's just bigger and busier, and that's great. New York is really fun. I don't I don't hate New York. I'm not one of those people that's like don't talk to New York about me. You know what I mean? But I definitely um, I can see why people go there, and also I think that from a Philly perspective, if you spend like 4 or 5 days here, you know, you don't ever need to get in a car. You can get anywhere you want to go in public transit. You can walk everywhere that you would want to go, and you can get an excellent version of any style of food that you want. You can see shows, plenty of live music any night, plenty of live arts any night. One of the things that I think is really notable about Philly is we have a ton of public art, like murals, that kind of thing. And so just being able to like plot out a couple like big interesting murals that you'd like to see, you can see all sorts of different things like in between going to those, which I think is fun too. So, Philly is the East Coast city for the humble man, Avo says. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, it's hard to pinpoint. Like, I think historical stuff is probably what Philly is known for the most, right? Like the Liberty Bell and cheesesteaks. That's like anytime anyone mentions Philly, like those are the things, right? And you can get a good cheesesteak at any corner deli, and you can see the Liberty Bell from the street. There's plenty more to do here. And honestly, the Liberty Bell, not exciting. Like genuinely not exciting. It's one of the least interesting things that you can do in Old City. It is free though, so there's at least that. I would say the Ben Franklin house is really fun or interesting. Old City is just fun to walk around in general. All right, we are finished sharpening our knives. It's great. Is it a big bell? It is, in fact, a large bell that is broken, and you can literally see it from the street. The only reason that you would go inside is to get closer to it and get like a picture with it. No other reason. There's zero other reason to go see the Liberty Bell. I think, I mean, one of my favorite things I would do, and the thing with the Liberty Bell is it's free and it is in the middle of everything else. So like, if you want to see it, it's easy to see. You don't have to go out of your way. For food stuff, and we've been here on stream a couple times, and I will say this to anyone who ever says anything about Philly, like if you come to the city, you have to visit Reading Terminal Market, especially for food stuff, because it is a big public market with both prepared foods and like regular grocery stuff. I do quite literally, I do like my weekly grocery shopping there. And it's, you know, you can get probably the best version of any other type of food that you want while you're in the market. It's worth visiting for sure. I was talking to someone recently who's like, oh, I've been to Philly a bunch of times. And I was like, oh yeah, have you ever been to Reading Terminal? And they were like, no. And I was like, what do you mean? Why not? Why not? What do you mean you've been here a bunch of times and haven't ever been there? I was like, huh? Are you sure? It's good to be inside and cool off. Yeah. Yeah, the market is good for that too. I'm going to go to some of the Mark Vetri restaurants. That is, when I say like Italian food, like probably the most well-known, one of the most well-known restaurants, the most like venerable restaurants in the city is Vetri. And yeah, they do like, I forget what they call it specifically. It's like Northern Italian. It is definitely a reservation spot. Although I will say one of the other places that is also super, super popular, the Mike Solomonov is another like well-known chef in the city, and several of his places are also hard to get reservations at, but you can just like, usually with those, you can just like walk in and sit at the bar. I think if you're a solo traveler, especially if you're a solo traveler, like Philly would be a great city to dine in because you can just walk in most places and they have a bar and you're like, they'll seat you right away. Because there's always a solo seat at the bar. The Mastering Pasta book. Yeah, and he's I mean, he's really obviously very well known in the city. His name carries carries a lot of weight. But yeah, like his restaurant, Vetri, like the one that he's like known for is in Center City. Like it is 10-minute, not even a 10-minute walk from City Hall. So Cyber, yeah, solo bar meals, so great. It's so nice. Like, and that's one of the great things is like and they're happy to see you too, because like that solo seat at the bar is just like a wasted space otherwise, because you got all these like couples and trios and I don't know, whatever. You got all these other people, and that solo spot, they're happy to see you come take it. They're more than happy for you to pop in and enjoy. I like a solo date. You don't even need to be traveling. You can just go out yourself. That's a good book to get for a Christmas gift. Mastering Pasta. I don't think I've read that, but yeah, and that's what I mean is like, you know, we just got just this year, literally just this year, the first 2 restaurants in Philly got a Michelin star. Like we literally nobody like, and we've had these, you know, we've had a very good food scene for a really long time. And so it's interesting because I'm like, when I say underrated, like that's what I mean. Like Philly just got a Michelin rated restaurant, like literally this year. And it's like, oh, okay, but what's my favorite food in the area? Honestly, pastries. Bakeries. We have a ton of good bakeries in the city. Like a ton. It's like if you like baked goods, it's a really good spot. Michael Gaius and James Beard Awards. So yeah, I mean we've had James Beard winners. Michael Solomonov is who you're talking about. He owns Zahav is the place that you would probably have heard of. Favorite food though. I don't know if I have a specific like thing that I particularly enjoy. Yeah, bread. I love bakeries and bread. I don't bake myself. I just enjoy like getting good loaves of bread different places. Pokey trucks. Okay, that's fair. Scoobs, welcome in. Good to see you. I like the way I don't get too hung up on awards as long as the food is good. Yeah, same. Like I don't usually what an award means is that you can't get a seat there. There was basically I'm weird. When I go out to eat, I order like 3 appetizers. I order like 3 appetizers, like whatever vegetable appetizers are on the menu. That's like what I particularly enjoy. So any place let me wash my hands here real quick because they are covered in they're covered in metal leavings. Yeah. Oh my god. All right, I'm gonna scrub my hands actually because they are blackened. Okay. Like fish, only with metal and not char. Okay, much better. Much better. Oof. Wow. I can't clean. Went to the same place in DC 3 times in one weekend. Sounds good. That sounds great. Consistency. If I'm going out to a restaurant, what I usually look for is that they have a seasonal menu, right? And they have a like vegetable forward small plates. Like that's what I'm looking for. I'm not necessarily looking for like in like a specific type of food. Like we have good Italian restaurants here, but you know, I don't necessarily want to say like that's the thing. I'm always going to look for a place that has like an interesting presentation of some sort of produce because that's what I personally like to cook, and I like to be more inspired when I eat out. I don't necessarily seek out like specific types of cuisine, if that makes sense. Tacos, though. Best ramen I've had, only $20. Hell yeah. And there's a reason that people get these types, like there's a reason that people get these awards, right? Like they're doing something good. Like, so I don't mean to disparage, like, I'm not saying don't go to these places, like you'll never get in or whatever, right? Like, I'm sort of glad that Philly doesn't have this like big old reputation of like, you know, we're always going to be Michelin. We're always like, we've all got all these James Beard places. Like, because I don't necessarily think that, I don't know. I'm like, I like being under the radar a little bit. It's nicer to live here. It makes it cheaper too. So there's that. Okay, we are going to switch it up here in just a moment. I'm going to take a very quick little break. I'm going to go use the restroom. We're going to play a couple games of words on stream, and I'm going to put up the I'm going to put up a game of words on stream, and then we're going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch while I take a quick break here. So just a heads up that is going to happen. When we come back, we're going to switch. We're going to switch everything. Well, in a moment, we're going to do that. We're gonna switch it up and do the do our baking cabinet clean out. Fiona, welcome in. Ship and a fail. Hello. Nice to have you. Sophie, thank you for the shout out. Let's do Fiona, friend of the stream. Last streaming, just chatting. We are perfect. We'll get to them, and that's fine too. Fiona is a fellow. Whoa, hello. Hold on. Just a moment here. Dog River Nicole. Nicole, I just found your channel the other day. I just found your channel the other day, and I was very excited to find it because I love non-gaming streams. Yes. Wolf, hello, welcome in. Nice to have y'all. We got 2 raids in a row. So we have two friends of the stream. One new friend, Dog Groomer Nicole. One existing friend. Whatever. Longer time friend. Oh. Hello. Well, that makes things easier. Rob, welcome in. Campy Dave, welcome in. Joe Chaos, hello. Douglas Loco, good to have you. Lisa Mack, hello. Paula, Ollie, welcome in. T-Bones, hello, welcome in. Dancing Danny, hello. SLC, hello. Jana Kinka. J-Dubs, hello, welcome in. Dankmaster, nice to have you. Sofa, thank you for the shout out. NYC Tim, hello. LOL, right? You know, I should say that I'm going to take a break more often. We have had a couple new friends join us. So let me introduce myself and say hi. Ghazi Kaz, 11 p.m. It is late for you. Raid and run, totally understood. I myself don't like to run, but I do raid, so I understand. Ginger, nice to have you. Welcome in. Friends who just joined us, let me say hello and introduce myself. We have had a couple friends join us in the past few minutes. Flipsy Fiona rated, Dog Groomer Nicole, and Gingerbread Beauty, all friends of the stream, all folks who I have enjoyed watching and lurking on Twitch. And I think Tactical Sponge, hello. And Ginger, I believe, yes, has a place on the fridge as well. So if y'all weren't familiar already, you can scan the QR code on the magnet here. Anyway, we have lots of streamer friends represented on our refrigerator. Friends who joined us. Let me start with an admin note, which is in chat. Admin note number 1: follows are silent. It's totally anonymous. So if you are the type of person on the internet like me who enjoys just lurking in a stream and doesn't really want to be like perceived right away, please feel free to hit the follow button. I won't say hi to you. There's no alerts or sounds. Nothing's going to happen. And enjoy your lurk if that's your vibe. Friends who want attention, you can say something in chat and, I'll give you attention because that's what it's about. It's nice to have y'all. My name's Lou. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I'm a parent. That's what the dad thing is all about here. My pronouns are he, they, and I'm really happy to see you all. We do a cooking stream, so this is not a novel situation. This is the standard. We do a stream that's mainly about cooking, a lot of conversation. You can get me off track pretty easily. Mostly vegetable forward family meals. I do recipe development on stream. We also do baking. We do meal prep. I do trip prep. We definitely make a lot of snacks. Sometimes we get out in the world and do IRL stuff in Philadelphia, where I live. But mostly we're in the kitchen here. Our community, the folks in chat, is enthusiastic about the culinary world. Very kind of weird. Pretty chatty. Sometimes a little spicy, and that's okay. We love a good innuendo. But it is a safe space to lurk and chat. So, as I said, follows are silent. So, that's about it for me. We're gonna get back to what we were doing on stream. But I'm happy to see some new friends. And as I said, if you want attention, feel free to say hi in chat. Otherwise, enjoy your lurk, and I appreciate you being here. For the friends who rated, Nicole, Fiona, Ginger, good to have y'all. We just got three raids within the span of like a minute. So let me recap what we're doing today. So I did mention that this is mainly a cooking stream. I don't want to thoroughly disappoint you, but we're not cooking at this exact moment. I know. Sad trombone. Hold on. I actually have a sound for that. There it is. Anyway, Wolf, hello. Came in with the raid. We love that. I was just saying when Nicole came through, I really I enjoy non-gaming streams. I love just chatting streams. I love IRL stuff. So we've gotten some raids in the past couple minutes. Flipsy Fiona is a friend of the stream, someone I have met in real life. They do some IRL stuff. They do I know they do some like gaming, some other things, like more like just kind of whatever feels right in the moment. I believe Dog Groomer Nicole is primarily doing dog grooming, if the name serves. I think that's what I've seen you do. And I'm always like intrigued to find folks that are doing interesting and new stuff that is not gaming. Not that we have any problem with gaming. Let's be super clear. We're on Twitch, so we can't not like gaming. I myself am not a gamer, but I know some people who are. So, and Gingerbread Beauty is a very chatty streamer. She streams 4 days a week, I believe, very consistently, has different themed differently themed days, does all sorts of giveaways, and has really engaged like community and really one of the things that I appreciate about Ginger's stream is that she has like all of these different like levers and things that you can do as part of the community in chat. She keeps people engaged both as like lurkers, but also people who want to participate. There's a lot of ways to participate, and I'm always very intrigued by all the different like things you can do. There was a streamer that I met at TwitchCon, or I saw at TwitchCon a while back, who was like, you just want to give people buttons to push. That's all they ever want to do is push buttons and like make things happen. And I myself don't, you can, I don't love my buttons being pushed, but like, you know what I mean? Anyway, where was I? Oh, I was telling you what we were doing today. My son is also home. He's here, hanging out. Or not hanging out. He just got home from school. He's here. This is Calvin. Calvin is in 5th grade. For a very brief number of days, he's got 5 days of school left, and then summer hits, and he's going to be in 6th grade, which is like, what the fuck? Anyway, what are you doing? What are you up to? Not now, but like, what's your intentions?
Gonna do some reading, and then
Okay.
if anyone responded to my text about going to the playground nearby,
Sounds good.
then I'm going there.
Okay.
And if not, I'm getting on my iPad.
Okay, that's cool. Sounds like a good evening. We're gonna have sausage, egg, and cheese sandwiches and a little tiny bit of tomato soup for dinner tonight, which is real easy, and I can sort of pull that together in about 20 minutes. So I don't know if you do end up going to the park. I will have dinner a little later, and if you don't end up going to the park, we'll probably eat sooner. Sound okay?
Yeah.
Did you have a good trip? Fun? Did you learn anything?
The defendant lost.
The defendant lost. They went to a mock trial in court today. Okay.
And then in the other classes, the prosecution lost.
Okay. So the one defendant won and one defendant lost. Okay.
For both classes, the side that my friends were on lost.
Oh, your friends lost all of their cases? Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Sad. Okay. Did your friend from this morning do okay? Was he nervous?
Oh, I wasn't at that trial.
Okay.
I was at the other one,
Okay. Cool.
but he seemed happy afterwards. So
Good. Okay. Mom's home somewhere. I don't know where she is in the house, but she's around. Okay. So we're reacclimating. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. He's good. Nicole, today dinner is going to be as I just mentioned to Calvin, sausage, egg, and cheese sandwiches. Dinner is going to be like super easy. Today is more of a kitchen admin day. So we spent a good portion of stream so far working on sharpening our knives. A guy doing things. A knife was sharpened, I know. So we sharpened a bunch of knives today, not just this one, but all the ones that are in the knife block behind me. Well, enjoy your lurk. I hope you have a good one. Thank you for saying hi. Thanks for coming through. Sugar Skulls. Speaking of pushing buttons, we'll be back with you in a moment. Vela says, I think every single knife that I own needed sharpening about 7 years ago. That is valid. Just throw them out. Make sure you like wrap them in some cardboard before you put them in the trash. You know, we don't want the trash folks to get cut up. Oh my God. You've got gloves for your knives. I do have gloves for the knives. Yeah, and summer is coming. Summer is coming. I couldn't resist. Hey, the button's there for a reason. Oh yeah, get a sharps container. Yeah, I don't know if I've thrown out a knife before. I feel like when I stop using a knife, I just put it in a box in a cabinet and it's just still there. There's like a box of knives. Don't you all have a box of knives in your house? Avo does. Avo's got a pile of knives, obviously. Okay. So we finished sharpening all of our knives, and the next thing that we're going to do today is clean out or tidy up. Tidy up our baking cabinet. So I do a good bit of baking. I'm not a bread baker. I do mostly like cookies and sweets and things like that. But I have a cabinet, cookies, and quiches. So I do a lot of like pie dough types of things. And I have a cabinet that like when you open it, stuff falls on you. So not great. So we're going to clean that out today. That's the goal. Sugar Skull says, what do you use to sharpen knives? I do a system. It's called the Edge Pro system. It is a whole kit, basically. It is very. It takes a few minutes to set up, and then once you set it up, you really kind of want to like sharpen a bunch of stuff. In between those, I use like a honing rod, which isn't really a sharpener, but I don't have the like just the counter stone. So it is a whole system. It comes in a big box. It's a kit. This is what we were using today. It's got like a whole set of stuff and you have to set it all up. So I think we sharpened 10 knives today. All the ones in the knife block, as well as the knife that I use for camping, which is this one, which is why it's not in the knife block and has a little sheath. So we're gonna transfer over to the baking cabinet now. I need to not change the camera, but I need to put the camera on a tripod and move it on the other side of the room. So not this camera, this other camera, this camera. Does it have a leather strap? It does not. It goes from 120. It has different stones. So it has a 120, a 220, a 400, a 600, 1,000 grit stone, and then 2,000 grit polish tape, 2,000 and 3,000 grit polish tapes. So it doesn't have a strap, but it has basically a separate stone with a very like a 2,000 and 3,000 grit polish on it that you can use for the edges. So no sort of like barbershop situation, but it does have like a very precise polish setup. So okay, we're gonna transfer the camera over to the baking cabinet. I'm gonna change where your book is. I don't know where your book is. No. Where is your book? No, I don't. Is it in your backpack? No, I don't know where your book is. Yeah. So we're gonna do that. I need to take a very quick break. So we're gonna put up a Game Awards on stream, and then we'll be back in just a few moments. Let me transfer this camera and then do a quick lighting adjustment, and then we'll take a quick break here. Okay, so there's that. That. I'm gonna move this right there. All right, come on over to this side of the room for a moment. Yay, it worked. Okay, so there's that. And then let me set this over yonder. Oh, he found his book. Where was it? Is it? Under your bed. Oh, okay. Which, under my bed sounds like a weird place for a book to be until you realize that your bed is like lofted and there's a reading station under the bed. Okay. I'm just making one other adjustment here. There we go. That's better. Okay. Is it kitten feeding time? Angry Rook says. Is it kitten feeding time?
Mm-hmm.
Gwen says yes. The kittens are quite a bit bigger, I think, than maybe the last time we saw them. So, Cyrus says, show us the kitties. Well, we're going to take a quick break first. I think Gwen's got to give them some food and maybe clean a butt or three. And we may see the cats coming up. I'm trying to read the room and I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
I just woke up.
She just woke up, she says. Okay. Solid food, Fudge Charlie. No, they're not on solid food yet. They're still eating formula every 3 hours. So they're still in a they're still sitting in they're still living, sleeping, etc. in a box. So they're not fun quite yet. They're cute, but they don't. They're cute to look at, but they don't like do fun stuff yet. They're not like running around, and they're definitely not eating solid food. So okay, so this is what we're doing next. We have baking cabinet. So anytime I'm like, I got to put stuff back in the baking cabinet, this is where it's going. This is all the baking stuff. There's a few things in this other cabinet up here that are like the 25-pound bag of flour is up in this cabinet because it doesn't really fit up here. But we're going to take a very quick break first. Going to use the bathroom. So I'm going to put up words on stream and then we'll be back after that briefly. After that brief hiatus, we'll be back to do a little baking cabinet clean out. So here is, hold on, where's the words? Where is it? There we go. Okay, there's our words on stream. I'm gonna put a game of this and then actually, hold on. Let's do this. Start. All right, will be right back. I'm going to run, if you're on Twitch, I'm going to run a 3-minute ad while we're on Twitch. So just hang out for a moment and we'll be back just at the end of that. Okay, BRB.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay, mic is back on. Wanted to turn that off, using the restroom. All right, let's turn the music back down just a moment. And I like this little ad timer in the bottom there. That's kind of nice. I haven't, that's new. The ad timer, and then I can't see there's supposed to be a bar, the progress bar, but I don't see it. Maybe I turned it off. I don't know. But that's cool, the little timer down there. I like that. Let me take a moment and adjust the lighting on this camera while I'm staring at it briefly.
It's over!
All right, welcome back. If you're hanging out on Twitch, thank you for your patience during the ad break. I know that they're not everybody's favorite. I don't think anybody's favorite specifically, but we're gonna be back here in just a moment once this Game of Words on stream is over. We got everyone gets at least 2 more guesses. Everyone gets at least 2 more guesses here. This feels like a hard one when you have 2 N's. Come on, no one got enema? We know who really wants one. All right. Good work. Good work. Now we have no ads for the next hour. Mix, hello, welcome in. Mix, try it. Try the command. See if it works. Try the one. You know the one. Maybe it'll work. I'm hoping it'll work. If it doesn't work, that means I didn't set the thing up correctly. But anyway. Damn it. Okay. Okay. Well, we'll try it again. It was supposed to work. Oh, now it doesn't. Oh, cool. Now it doesn't work for anyone. That's perfect. That's actually somehow better. Weird. Okay. Well, that's not ideal. That's less than ideal. Okay. Well, that's a different problem, and we know, I don't necessarily know what that problem is now, but I do know that it's a different problem. Okay, cool. We've created something different. We've created a different problem. Perfect. Okay, well, friends who are familiar with the baking cabinet here, this is the baking cabinet. This is where all of the baking supplies live. I'm moving to the country. The house, as you can see, there's marshmallows, there's chocolate on multiple different shelves, there's bottles of liquid all over the place. So it's a bit disorganized, which is normal. It gets like that after you pull stuff out and then throw it back in, and pull stuff out and throw it back in. So what we're going to do, I think, first is pull everything out, and then determine what can get consolidated together. Because certainly there's some things in here that are in multiple different types of containers. I know that at least one of these white crocks that's in here is completely empty. So we'll probably find something to put in that, or take it out of the cabinet entirely. And then we'll kind of determine like what genres of things. So some of this is roughly organized right now. So I know, for example, that like I'm going to want all of this all of this like chocolate, right? All the chocolate for baking should be in the same spot, which it kind of is, except for where it's not. So we're just gonna get started just by pulling things out of here. Like that's basically step number one. Step number one, we're gonna start in the top shelf where I'm being assaulted by pie pans and tart pans. These little bunch of different size like aluminum pans up here. And the top shelf is basically stuff that like doesn't ever get used or is used so rarely or infrequently that I don't mind getting a stool to get to it. For example, these baking tins. Like I'm not going to use these as much as I'm going to use the flour and the sugar and the vanilla. So that stuff kind of stays up top here. I'm also going to look at some of the expirations on here. Food coloring. These are still good. Are these gel? What are these? No, these are liquid. Okay. All of the different stuff up here. We've got different gels, writing gels. So I think every time I get a birthday cake, either for Gwen or for Calvin, I buy another tube of this like writing gel. So there's like 3 different tubes of blue writing gel in here. Are these even open? Like, I don't know. So we'll kind of determine. But we're going to pull everything out first. And then some of this stuff I might end up just getting rid of entirely because I don't need 3 containers of opened blue writing gel, for example. These bags I definitely want to keep though. These are I actually bought a bunch of these. So Party City, I think just went out of business, but like these are great for holiday stuff, cookies and popcorn. And when I saw Party City was like going out of business the last time I was there, I bought all the ones they had left on the shelf because these are plastic. They're not going to go bad. And I buy them every year and I use like a whole thing of them for Christmas gifts, popcorn and cookies mainly. What else do we have up here? We have sprinkles, lots of sprinkles. So is that it for the top shelf? It is. Okay. So this is all, let's just kind of move these things onto the shelf they were on. And probably they're going to go back onto that shelf. So like all of these things are up there for a reason. Like these sprinkles, they don't go bad. Like there might be an expiration date on here, but I doubt it. This is just white sparkling sugar. And these are like things that could go on ice cream or like could be used in snacks, but just for one reason or another are not. This icing sugar has been up there. This is just powdered sugar. Is this expired? Does sugar even expire? I don't even know. Yeah, mix exactly. The random tins. And I keep like when I get certain things like these these like bread tins, right? Often if I buy like a loaf of something that's this size, this is like commercial size things. And like if you go to Reading Terminal and you get like a loaf of quick bread or something and they come in one of these, I'll keep them. And it comes in handy sometimes. Like these little ones, I've made like little miniature banana breads or pumpkin breads in there before. The piping tips. Yeah, all the piping tips are in here. And this is one that like the last time we cleaned this out, I consolidated all of these into one little container. Like that's the sort of thing that that is like, it'll be, when I say consolidate, like that's what I mean. Like I did that last time. This time will probably be like different flowers, that type of thing. The sugar look like glitter. That sugar is meant to look like glitter. This is the sparkling sprinkles variety. So it's supposed to look like glitter. I'd be scared to do a full cupboard reorganization. Yeah, the last time I fully opened this cupboard up was probably at least a year ago. Yeah, when I say consolidate, like here's a little thing of oats, here's a bigger thing of oats. Like I'm just gonna pour this one into that one and throw the bag out. Like I don't need 2 open bags of oats. That's not necessary. Obi's here. Hi, Obi. Am I on your counter? Obi's very curious about what's going on. We might have an orange cat join us in a moment here. Yeah, so I'm just gonna like, there we go. See? It's already working. Here he is. We have an orange boy. Man, Obi. This one's curious. He wants to know what we're doing right now. And he's the rare one. We don't see this cat as often. We don't see the orange boy nearly as often as the others, although he is always around. He did not want to be picked up. Did you? No, he really didn't. He wants to not be there. That's his preference would be to not be picked up. Okay. But let's kind of move. So this is like top shelf stuff. We have 2 different types of food coloring, or 2 different boxes of food coloring. Are these the same colors in here? They are. Okay, so we are going to get rid of one of these because I don't need both of those. And this one it expires in 2027. And the other one expires next month. So we'll get rid of the old one. Here's molasses. So wait, hold on. This is this oats container. We can just, or oats. We can put, we can seal up again. So the sprinkles is open. There's certain things in this cabinet that are like ice cream toppings. Those go a little farther down. So other things that are not ice cream toppings go higher up. And I sort of, the open thing of sprinkles here, like this is going to go towards the bottom. We have cocoa, obviously. We have 2 containers of cocoa. One is Nestle Toll House, and the other one is Hershey. I think both of these are open. Nope, this one's not open. This one is not open. And this one has... I'm just watching Obi. He's up. He's right next to the camera. You can't see him, but he is like clawing at the wall. There's paper hanging up on the wall, and he is like, he was very interested in it. And now he's interested in the camera, but you can't tell because he's behind it. Don't do it. Don't do it. He's an orange. He's definitely an orange cat. Okay, vegetable shortening. Best before October 2025. That feels like a throwaway. Yep, that does not smell very good. So we're going to throw this right away. I don't cook with vegetable shortening really hardly ever. The only thing I use that for is pans, generally speaking. So that's fine. I can, next time I need shortening for pan, I'll just use butter instead, because that's fine and we have plenty of that. Molasses, More molasses. We got 3 containers of molasses. This one and this one are both open. They're different types though. So I have 3 different types of molasses, which doesn't really go bad, so that's fine. We can just keep that. These are flax seeds. I got these for a recipe a while back. Flax seeds are something that kind of can go bad, can get rancid. These are not. These are still good. So we will keep these because they're the type of thing that I don't. When you want them, like you have to seek them out somewhere. These definitely came from Reading Terminal Market. I know this. They came from the Head Nut. I got these. They come in the bag. I don't know why I got so many of these, but like that's how it goes. I know why, because sometimes when I buy stuff like that, I don't actually know what the right weight to get of the thing is, and then because they sell it by the weight, you can't just be like, can I get a tablespoon of flax seeds? You're like, can I get a 1/4 pound of flax seeds? And then a 1/4 pound of flax seeds is like this much, and you're like, oh, okay. Oops. Sophia says, I've never seen molasses in a jar or a bottle. Really? I don't think I've ever seen it in anything but this glass bottle. What is a gable top carton? What is that? I don't know what that means. Like, I probably know what it means when you describe it, but I actually don't know what that is from those words. Okay, so these chocolates, there's like different chocolate stuff. Now, all of this over here is extracts, like a milk carton. Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting. So it doesn't actually seal completely? Is that my understanding? Like you would just fold it in? Okay. All of these extracts were for various cookies. And these are fine to keep. Like these don't go bad. A little bit of rum. I don't know what this is from. A little bit of Grand Marnier. These are all definitely from recipes. I don't think liquor doesn't go bad, right? I don't think. Yeah, there's no expiration on these. So I think these are fine to just keep. And I'll probably put those right back in the same place they were at. Now this is vanilla extract. This is the good vanilla extract as opposed to the imitation vanilla extract, which I usually use. So we've got sort of flavors and molasses over here, in addition to chocolate, flax seeds. So we're kind of working our way down here. What is this? This just says flour on it. I think we can get rid of that. And then this is also just flour. I know that these are probably from when I have been doing either pasta or pizza dough and needed a little finger bowl. And I just decided that I wanted to put that back in the cabinet. That's most certainly what these are from. So we're going to toss these. We don't need to hold on to those. The nostalgic flour is not necessary. Cornstarch, raisins. Okay, we're moving here. Now we're into some of these things are extra ingredients, like the unopened box of baking soda. Like that can just go back up top. I always like to just have at least one extra. Like if I'm getting pretty low on something, I'll buy an extra one. Because baking soda is not a thing you want to run out of if you were baking. What is this? This is a vanilla seed pod. Cool. Gwen's here. Would you like to see a cat? There's a cat on screen right now. You can't see it because it's on the computer. But this is. Do we know who this is?
Yeah, because I had to rename them.
What cat is this? This is Zelda. Okay.
Formerly known as Clank.
Formerly known as Clank. So the animal shelter. First off, the animal shelter named these cats, and then when they were going to consider how to like quote unquote market them, they I know she's teeny. This is what I was saying. They're not like entertaining yet. They're cute, and then then they fall asleep. When the shelter was like, oh, we're gonna consider how to market these cats. One of them they named the cats Ratchet, Clank, and Dr. Nefarious. So they're triplets, right? And the shelter was like, oh, like Ratchet could be derogatory, so we can't have them named that. So like hey Gwen, like can you rename these cats? And Gwen was like, well, first off, I didn't name them, so chill out with like the blame here. And second, like, sure. They have gotten a lot bigger so far. That is true. They are quite a bit bigger than they used to be. I mean, I said this to Gwen the other day. I was like, damn, they sleep so much. And Gwen was like, yeah, well, they're doubling in size like every couple days. So yeah, they're kind of tired. I'm like, all right, fair point. Fair point. But it's true. They are getting much bigger in size. I want to, as I'm getting in here, I have a couple things in this other cabinet that I want to like keep track of. Okay, now who is this? Link. We have Link. Yes, that is definitely not Obi Angry Rock. Tidy Whiteys, hello, welcome in. Yeah, first week of life, Mix. They're just huge. Like, they get so big. Can you tell the difference between all of them? Gwen can. I don't know which one is which, but I can tell them apart. Gwen actually knows who is who, which is a skill. Yes. And there's one more. If your friend's helping trap a feral litter and you have Simber, Ash, and Ember, they think there's one more. I should name them Clinker. It's a maritime term. I'm not a sailor, so I'm not familiar. Can't remember all their names mixed. Yeah, and the shelter, when they get these kittens in, they just give them names, and I don't know. I feel like it's like hurricanes. They just have like a name chart. They just pull the next name off of. And this is Ganon. This is Ganon. And all of them have eaten and pooped now. Oh, Ganon's a chewer. Ganon's very cute. Meh. Yeah, they are how many weeks old? 3? Almost 3 weeks old. They kind of look alike. Mick says, yup, they look very much alike. Interesting, Mix. I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with that term, but that's a fun little thing. And hopefully, and maybe they all get adopted at once. I'm always like, oh, I want to see them all get adopted together. And Gwen's like, they're not going to do that. Get over it. I'm like, well, and then I get sad. Yeah, they're going to go back to sleep now. That's what they're doing. They're going to continue sleeping. And then in 3 hours, they're going to do all of that again. They're going to do all of that again. Here's a bottle of bourbon. This was on a different shelf than the other 2 liquors. The reason this was on a different shelf was because I used it more recently and I didn't want to reach all the way up and get it or put it back. So sometimes that's how it is. Things just migrate to the lower shelves as they get used. But I used this for one of the recipes in the 108 Asian Cookbook, 108 Asian Cookies book. Because they said it called for Japanese whiskey, but it was like, you could just use bourbon instead. So I used this instead of buying a bottle Jim, instead of buying a bottle of Japanese whiskey for a tablespoon of it, I bought a little to-go thing of Jim Beam instead. Here's his cornstarch. This is also unopened container. Okay.
Come here.
So we have unopened stuff up here. You know what I need to do? I'm going to put... I just had the thought. I am going to put all of the unopened containers of things in one spot. Because what happens is I'll put all the syrups together and I'll be like, oh, let me like find, oh, do I have this? Like, do I have this and whatever. If I just know that when I reorganize things, that all of the unopened stuff is in the same spot, when I run out of something, I'll just look to that spot instead of like putting like all the baking sodas together. That way I can just have like the working baking soda down here and then the unopened one like up here out of the way. Okay. So this is we're reorganizing in a mindful manner here. Okay. So that also means the chocolate will go, the baking chocolate powder will go up there. Put the vanilla bean in the bourbon. Hey-o, that would be a choice. Oh, we have an Ash. Are we going to see an Ash? Yes, we are, because I'm going to grab him. Here he is. Look. They grew so much. Just a moment. This is Ash. Ash is not a foster cat. Ash is the big cat who lives here and is disturbed by Daisy barking. But this is Ash. He is the cats. Both Obi and Ash like came up here and looked at me because they're like, "What are you doing? Why are you in this corner of the room talking? You're not in the usual spot that you stand and talk in." But this is Ash. Here he is. Ash, are you at 100 now? 94? You're so close. All right. He also does not want generally to be held right now. Okay. So I'm moving into like organization process here. These things are definitely going back on the top shelf. All of this is like top shelf material. I also have I have a couple bags of sugar, brown sugar, that I know are in this other cabinet that I want to account for. I want those to be out of that cabinet and into this one, which I think will end up fine. But let me sort of finish pulling stuff out of here first. These are Lucky Charms marshmallows. I'm going to take these out of that cabinet because I'm just going to eat these but with my hands, like today as a snack. Gwen's migrating to them right now. She's like, let me see what these are. What are these? You can take them. Go ahead. But yeah, they've been in there for a long time. So not a long time. They've been in there for a month, 2 months, something like that. I don't know. What are you doing? What do you want to do?
Yeah.
Oh, Gwen's like looking at the stream decks over there and trying to figure out what all the things are. Moon Dice, welcome in. Hello. I need to summer clean my shelves. Well, we're getting to the baking cabinet today. One cabinet at a time, I think, is enough. But yeah, I think I'm going to put all of the that top shelf stuff is going to stay top shelf stuff. I think I can put all of these extracts up there too. So I'd like to make the top shelf. I'd like to put a few more things on that top shelf and clear out some space a little lower. These extracts I don't use very often, but these are the types of things that before I buy them, I would absolutely look in the cabinet for. Like brown sugar, if I don't think I have it, I'm just going to buy more of it when I go to the store, which is why I have like 4 bags of it. So certain things I'll buy sight unseen, and then other things I'll be like, no, like I use it so infrequently. Like I usually know if I have something. If you were like, hey, do you have lemon extract? I would be like, yeah, absolutely. So that's sort of the energy for those. Now these, I've got a couple. Let's start kind of shifting some things to where I think what shelf they might live on. This gelatin, is this expired? I don't use boxes. I don't even remember what this is for. May 2027. No, this is still good. And this is another thing that I would be like, I think I have this. Let me look in the cabinet for it. So this icing sugar, this came with, this sounds solid in here. This came with some sort of like baking kit at some point. So I think I'm just going to get rid of this because this is just powdered sugar. It sounds and feels solid in here. And it's one of those things that like I have powdered sugar. If I need to make icing, I'll just use that. And that'll be fine. Okay. The top shelf. Yeah. So some of this stuff is going to go back on the top shelf. Like cake decorating things, little sprinkles, decorating sugars, these types of things that don't really expire that I pull out like once a year. Like when I make Christmas cookies, I'll pull these out. I've used these on Christmas cookies for like 2 or 3 years. Like just a few, nothing fancy, but like they just don't really get used. But they also don't go bad, so there's no reason to like throw them out per se. Stuff like that. Like I'm not gonna when I think about like cookie decorating, I don't like buy new sprinkles and stuff. I just kind of like use what's in the cabinet because usually there's like chocolate sprinkles, there's rainbow sprinkles, there's like glittery type sugar. That's fine for me. I don't go all in on like cookie decorating, so we don't need to get too far afield for those. These are finishing sugars. So I think I'm gonna put these near the like ice cream stuff. Because I forgot these were in here, honestly, and they're not even opened. So these are something that like, if I remember that they're in here, I will put this on top of like quick breads. Like I would love to put this orange sugar on top of like a pumpkin bread or even the banana bread that I just made. So if I maybe put them a little lower where the rest of the stuff is, I will remember that they exist at all. Caramel can go up there. These extra molasses. This one's unopened, so I'll put that with the unopened containers. The good vanilla and the regular vanilla extract are going to go lower in the cabinet because those do get used regularly. The liquor stuff, the rum, the bourbon, the Grand Marnier can go up on the top shelf. And then middle shelf stuff is things that don't get used really often, but I want to be able to like have access to quicker than needing to get a stool. So that is like Karo syrup. This is mainly used for caramel corn when I make that. Molasses, that'll be a middle shelf thing. So these two middle shelves here, these are like stuff that I use regularly. Like this shelf down here should be stuff that's like when I bake, almost every time it gets used. This is like flour, sugar, brown sugar, the open container of baking powder, the open container of baking soda, vanilla, and then like chocolate. that type of thing, as well as ice cream toppings, because this is because both Calvin and Gwen and me also eat ice cream regularly enough, and he'll always go in this cabinet and like grab for toppings, and so I want to sort of keep Ash high. Look at the baby. Here he is. See, he wants attention. He does want attention. He's decided that he wants to be here now. He didn't want to be here a moment ago, but now he's decided to come back. He's returned to us. Ashy Boo. This is a baby. This is the baby cat. All 3 cats that live in this house full time are triplets. We have an orange, a calico, and a tabby. I think Ash is the baby. I think he's the youngest. I think he's the one that wants attention. Oh my God, look at him go. Look at him. Oh, this is a sweet boy. This is a sweet kitty. Yeah. You gonna help? He thinks he's thinking about helping. He's thinking about getting in the cabinet in the empty space. That's what he's thinking about. He was looking at it. No, you're not getting. What are we doing? What are we doing? I tried to put him down and he just grabbed at me. He does not want to be put down. Carly says, am I imagining that you used to be annoyed by the cats? Would you go through the iconic, I don't want these cats and now they're my whole world cat dad transformation? No, you're not imagining, Carly. We, when I started streaming, that was 4 years ago, we had 2 cats. They were very old, and they were not as friendly. They were not as like as sort of personable as these current cats are. The progression the progression was I started streaming, we had 2 cats. Year 1 of streaming, the first cat passed. Year 2 of streaming, the second cat passed. And then we had a year where we didn't have any cats. We just had a dog. And then a year ago, these 3 were fosters. And I don't want to say that they've grown on me because I liked them all along. But they've grown into their personalities a bit more, I think, where they're more around and they're a bit more they want more attention than they used to want. So I think it's a little bit of, we had these other cats that didn't, one of them only liked Gwen and didn't like anyone else. The other one was extremely skittish and standoffish. And then when we first got these 3, I think they were growing into their personalities. So I don't think I didn't used to like them or anything, but I think they've been demanding more attention recently, which I'm happy to give. So I think that is my how I would describe that progression. This one specifically he just demands attention all the time. This is like most of what he does is like ask to be picked up. And then when I pick him up, he just wants me to kiss his paws. Right? Yeah, lick those paws and then put them on my face. That's right. You got hamsters and snakes and rabbits and cats. Yeah, I like these cats. I've only lived I'm 41 and I think I've only had 2 years. We got a cat when I was 3, when I was a kid, And not including those 3 years, there's only been, I think, 3 years of my life that I haven't had a cat living in the house. These cats now feel like mine. Like when I was in college, we had cats that lived in the house, but they were like my roommate's cats, you know. And these cats, look at this one. Look at this cat. He is just asking to be nearby 100% of the time. He's so ridiculous. He's so ridiculous. He's gonna settle. He will settle eventually if I just keep giving him little bits of attention. He'll settle nearby when he realizes I'm not going to hold him the entire time. Oh my God, Carly. Yeah. And I think the thing that I tell people now about cats specifically, and especially folks who are like, I want a kitten. Kittens are great and they're super cute. And they're all like, they're lovely and cuddly. And they're sleepy and they're playful. Oh, look at him bite. Look at him biting my fingers. Look at him trying to climb the curtains, right? Well, when they're 5 and they're still biting and still climbing the curtains, you're like, oh, that was their personality. So cats are interesting because you have, you end up like, it's not like their personality is set from the start, right? But I like to say that if you're going to adopt a cat and you like want a cat and you want a specific personality of a cat, then you should adopt a cat that's like a year or 2 old because they live for a while. Like you can adopt a cat that's 2 years old and you're going to get a good amount of time with that animal. They're going to have a long life. You know, our cats are 1 right now, and they are still not fully established in terms of their personalities. Like they are kind of, but like, you know, for example, like Obi is, you know, he's exhibiting traits now in different ways that like when you reflect back on it, when he was a kitten, you're like, oh, he was doing like, oh, he was always moving things around. Well, now he like steals stuff off the counter and takes it to other rooms of the house. So if you're going to adopt a cat, long story short, and you want a specific type of cat, like you want I really want a cat that like will sit on my lap and cuddle with me. You need to find a cat that already does that like wants to do that, not get a kitten and hope the kitten does that, because the kitten might want to do that, but they also might not like to be touched. And then you have a cat that doesn't like to be touched. And maybe you'll, you know, you'll probably love that cat anyway, but you're not going to get the thing that you want out of it. You know, life lessons with Lou. Yeah, Carly, and they don't know how to be cats yet, right? They, already professionals in their field. Exactly. Yeah, they're menaces and bitey, but super lovely and snuggly. Exactly. And like, you know, there's certain things that I didn't know about cats that like Gwen has taught me for sure. For example, she's like, oh yeah, like our one cat that we used to have like bit all the time because he was an only cat and didn't understand, like didn't have other kittens to play with. And now, like with ours, I've seen that. Like they bite each other, then they're like, ow, that hurts, and then they don't bite me. You know? So, I don't know. Jamie, welcome back. Thank you for your tier 2 resub. 30 months. 30's a long time. That's a good number. 30's a good number. Thank you for your resub. I appreciate it. Makes you wanted a fetch cat, right? And yeah, you're like, and if you're like, that's the type of cat that I want, like, go to a shelter and get that cat. Because there is a cat that wants to play fetch. There's a cat that likes to sit on your lap. There's a cat that will bite you constantly. And you can pick one that you can pick that exact one that you want. And then you'll be happy. Remember the other day, when we were making the thin and crispy chocolate chip cookies, and I was like, I really wish I had mini semi-sweet chocolate chips. Here they are. You know why I didn't know I had these? Because they're not with the chocolate. They're in the back on a completely different shelf. So this is why we organized. Moondice says my oldest is 20 and a half years old. Yeah, and that's what I mean. So that's a lovely age, and it's so nice that you have had all of that time with that animal. And that's what I mean when I'm like, just go to the shelter and get a cat that's a year old, 1 year old. You don't need a kitten because that kitten might be a menace, especially if you only adopt one cat and that cat is a kitten, and then they learn that biting is okay because you don't ever bite them back. Anyway, that's always a fun one. Match yourself well. Exactly. I love watching TV and throwing bottle caps. I think that's the most fun thing to do. And so did Wilson. Exactly, Mix. And that's great. All of yours are rescues. Perfect. Was told he hates men because he was abused by men. This cat ignored my partner when she was coming in the front door. Ran immediately to me. Ignored her when she sat down. Slept on your chest. Oh, I love that. But the cat chose you. Exactly. And that's exactly what I mean. Like, go to the shelter. If you want a cat that sits on your lap, go to the shelter. The cat that comes and sits on your lap, adopt that cat. It's not hard. It's not hard. And people who are like, I'm not a cat person. Good for you. That's fine too. You don't have to be a cat person. We don't need you to be a cat person. We don't need you to be a cat person. It's not a requirement. I'm just pulling stuff out of here now because I'm just seeing what's here. So I really need, so here's what I need to do. I need to move this top shelf stuff even further over because what I want to do is empty the entire cabinet. I don't want to put stuff back in until I know everything that's in here. But, and this is a big but, I'm out of room over here. So we need to move. So all of this stuff is going to be top shelf. And then if I have room, which it looks like I might, I think I might put my unopened stuff on that top shelf too. Because if it's unopened, that means that I already have it somewhere else in the cabinet. If I need the unopened version, I don't mind getting a stool. And that'll be okay. So if nothing else, the unopened stuff is going on the second to the top shelf. So let's move that over here. Now all of these are just basically extra baking supplies. Things that I don't want to run out of, but also don't have the need to like have close at hand. Okay. Other things that I want in that section of the cabinet include a few of these bags of sugar from up here. So this cabinet is like inaccessible, weird overflow sort of stuff. I don't drink. Gwen drinks very lightly. There's like unopened bottles of red wine up there, like the 25-pound bag of flour, stuff that like is just not getting used with any frequency. So, not everyone can handle a cat from a bad home. Totally. And that's, I think that that's great to be able to do that. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this cat. Look at him demanding. This cat is starved for attention today. He hasn't gotten held for his required like hour and a half of sitting and holding. He needs a sling. This is what we need. We need like a baby sling that I can just put him in and just have him like this, because I need my hands, Ash. I need my hands. to teach the barn cats not to eat chicks. Yeah, I think that seems important. That seems important in the barn environment mix. It really does. Oh my God. That's super cute though. I love cricket. I love that there's and yeah, this is exactly. This one just has a tube. There's no bucket. This one is like here and around always, which is great. Like, let's be clear. I love that. Okay. Almost finished with this shelf. So I'm kind of leaving the chocolate right where it is because I think the chocolate's just going to stay right there because like that's a great spot for it. I know where it all is. I just need to put all of it in there. That's the issue. It hasn't all been in there before. Okay, we got rainbow sprinkles. What even are these? Birthday cake crunch. Interesting. And then red jimmies. Okay, cool. These are definitely ice cream things. The silver shimmer sugar, this can definitely go up with the cookie decorating stuff. I don't know that I've ever even seen that before. Here, what are these? Sprinkles, cake craft sprinkles. These stay with the ice cream stuff. Okay, so ice cream stuff has its own special like section here. That's going to go right there. Dry natural yeast. Expires September 2026. I'm going to put this in the refrigerator. Not that it needs to be in the refrigerator, but this is all of my yeast is in the fridge. Like, I don't know how this one made its way out of the refrigerator. But basically, I wouldn't ever look for it in there. So why store it there? Okay. So let's start now. All of that I think can go on my top shelf. All of that I feel like will fit up there. That's good. Put a collar on the cat. Fleas got on her, bit her, scarred her. Oh, poor kitty. Cats with collars are wild to me. Like I get the point. It's just always funny. It's always funny to see a cat with a collar. We've put these cats on leashes before. And I was thinking about doing that again, but not a collar, the harness though. The most opinionated little pot roast. That's a great way to describe a cat. This box has a third of a cup of cake flour in it. We're gonna get rid of this. I don't know. This expired in 2024. We're done. We're done with this one. No longer needed. Thank you for your service. It's gonna put this right in the recycling. That's great. We just got an entire cake flour box of space back. Cane sugar. Okay, so this is cane sugar and turbinado sugar. Those are basically the same thing. You know what else I need though? This bag of whole wheat flour and that bag of confectioner sugar I have both have little holes in them. I need to get a Ziploc bag that I can put those in. That way they will stay nicer or they will stay fresher. That whole wheat flour, I'm not sure what I got that for, but it's not opened. Let's put these in a Ziploc. That way they just stay fresh. Now this one, despite being unopened, we're going to put this confectioner sugar a little lower in the cabinet because I don't have any other open confectioner sugar at the moment, and this one, when I reach for it again, will be available. Okay, so this should go somewhere over here. And cane sugar has molasses and soft crystal structure than turbinado sugar. Turbinado is largely used for garnish. Yes. Cane sugar is more like golden or light brown sugar. Yes. The cane is the reason I have the cane is I was supposed to. The reason I have cane sugar is because I bought that instead of turbinado sugar when I was at the store because I needed to have. I was supposed to have turbinado sugar to roll my cookies in, and the store did not have it, and so I bought cane sugar as like the next best thing. That's why that exists. That's why that exists in the house. Okay, this is completely empty. It used to have bags of brown sugar in it. I don't keep the brown sugar in here because I feel like it ends up because it ends up being too like I can only keep one bag of brown sugar in here. So what I think I'm going to do with this after I give it a little wipe out. Little wipe out. After that gets a little wipe out. Wait, no, hold on. There we go. I'm going to put my regular sugar in here. I'm just going to fill this with regular sugar because right now I have I have this big bag of sugar that is a bit annoying to pull out of the cabinet every time. So I'd like to fill this little jar, and then we have a flour and a sugar jar. And that will be a better use of space than having an empty jar. So I'm going to fill this right on up. There we go. And then the sugar, I'm going to put up in that cabinet up there with the 25-pound bag of flour and get this giant bag out of the way. Perfect. The cane would go amazing in your brown butter cookies. Ooh, I like that. What a typo. Brown butt cookies. That's certainly an acquired flavor of cookie. But you know, you do you. Why did I assume it was a dog treat jar? It looks like one. The dog treat drawer is in fact this drawer. So this is the animal husbandry drawer. There's extra lint rollers, treats. Obviously, we have claw clippers in there. This is the animal drawer. So last on this bottom shelf. So also you might notice I'm avoiding this little pile of nonsense over here. There's a reason for that. That little pile of nonsense is going to probably migrate one shelf up because that is a lot of like specific types of flowers, that type of thing. Let's also, while I'm in the middle of refilling things here, I'm gonna put some more. So since we refilled a sugar jar, let's refill the flour jar. So we're like topped off. Both of them are topped off. So this is just all-purpose flour. This is like the container that I pull out for every cookie club. It just lives up in here. Lives on the bottom shelf because anytime I open the baking cabinet, it's really like the first thing that comes out is the flour. The flour container. All right. So there's that. So flour and sugar are just going to live up there in addition to the giant box of kosher salt. Okay. Magnesium supplements. Yeah, Mix really, you know quite a bit about like this sort of, I feel like you have a good handle on like the animal husbandry. I'm just like a cat person and we have a dog. I haven't ever branched out farther than those. I've never, I mean, fish, like we have a fish tank too, but I've never had pets sort of past the basics, so to speak. There's multiple of items stashed in various rooms. See, for general purposes, in many areas of life, I have that. For example, I have probably 7 or 8 different nail clippers around the house. Why? Because for a long time, I used to bite my nails, and I hated doing that. And I found that the only way to not do that was to have nail clippers immediately available when I wanted them. So I have them in pretty much every room of this house. Like I could just grab a nail clipper and pull off like a little errant piece of skin, which I in fact did earlier in the stream. I don't know if I didn't mention it, but I did. So I certainly have that that is the case for me for a lot of different things. But things like baking supplies, I just want all the chocolate in one place. Now, little chocolate treats, those can be all around the house. That's fine. Okay, what else is up here? This is coconut. So this is sort of like not the right spot for that. Oh, look, we have raw cane turbinado sugar. You know what I'm going to do with that? I'm going to add that to the bag of raw cane turbinado sugar that I have here. And we'll toss one of them. Let's see. Now, this doesn't expire. February 2026. Yes, it does. But, like, does it really? Nope. Still smells and looks like sugar. Great. Man. Mix, you're living the dream. Many people have that dream. And I know that it's a lot of hard work. And I feel like it's a life that many people would be like, many people romanticize. That's the word I'm looking for. You live a life that many would romanticize. All right. So turbinado sugar. I know what this is. I was thinking, oh, I'll put this back in the labeled bag, but I kind of like this bag because I can see it better. If I have it in the labeled bag, it just looks like the other 4 bags that look exactly the same as that one in the cabinet. Okay. The other thing I want to do before I start putting things back in here, which I'm not doing yet, but I'm to the point where I have a completely empty shelf, is I want to wipe that shelf down. So we're going to not only take stuff out of here, but we're going to completely wipe these shelves as well. Soflip says, having grown up on a farm, it's nice, but it's a ton of work. I believe it. I believe it. I don't even have dirt on where I live to be able to plant a garden. So the idea of having space for like animals that are not domestic animals is wild to me. It sounds great, and it does sound like a lot of work. I'm aware that it's a lot of work. I see what Gwen does, just fostering cats, and it's a lot of work. Okay, is this? Oh, okay. Did I just break that? No, I didn't. Okay. The shelf is just stuck in one spot. Yeah, the relentlessness. That is exactly what I feel would be the most difficult. Is that like if you need a break from something or you feel burned out, you need to like figure out what to do so that you can have a rest or just choose not to have one. There we go. Okay. Good. So that shelf just sits there because it's a bit it's just like on the hinge thing. I broke my leg at P-Dog nearly died. Yeah, that Vito's just like, please. I need more hands. More hands or more daylight. Pick one. Oh my God, Mix, that would be amazing. Fishing weir. Little by little. You all right, Cal?
Yeah.
Calvin just came in and drank like a gallon of water. Okay. Just thirsty? Yeah, yeah, it seems like you were thirsty. Do I want to adjust the height of these shelves? I've never adjusted. I've never not once ever changed the shelf height. Let's see. What's the tallest thing that I think I might put on that top shelf of like extra stuff? It's this. No, it's this. This bottle of Karo syrup is the tallest thing I think I might put on top of here. And could I put this shelf one thing up? Oh, I totally could. I could get some more room up there if I put that Karo, if I put this shelf one spot higher. Let's do that. Let's do that. Out the door. Okay. Now that fits. Does that fit? Yes. Yes. We got it. Okay. So we're not going to put the stuff on that top shelf yet, but I'm going to consider it. Now, or I'm going to consider what that entails. Now, the other thing I had in mind here is if I move that shelf up, I can move this shelf up. Now, my ultimate goal in doing this and sort of making this adjustment is having more space on the very bottom so that I can move things in and out of the cabinet, this space here, more easily. Now, what's the tallest thing I could consider putting on any of these shelves? That flour container. That flour container is the tallest. So would that fit here? Yep. No, it fits on the bottom. Would it fit here? Yes. Okay, so the flour container would fit anywhere. What if I have the baking powder and cornstarch stacked? Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. That would actually that'd be even better. All right. So we're making adjustments here. We're considering. So the chocolate is going to go back right where it was. I know that for sure. So this is basically all of like the baking chocolate. We have semi-sweet morsels. We have, anytime I buy like bars, like chocolate cooking bars, I have some cinnamon chocolate chips. This is a little leftover from a bar. I have some boxes of M&Ms. I don't know what. These are from baking with Calvin at one point. Yeah, he and I made some M&M cookies, and they didn't have bags of them, so I had to buy like boxes. And anyway, that's what this box is from. So I've got these morsels. I also have these chocolate chips, mini chocolate chips. These can all just go right back here. The bars I want to be on the side so I can sort of see them. I don't mind if the chips are sort of stacked up, as long as I know that all the chips in the cabinet are in the same spot. These white chocolate chips, those are going to go with the ice cream stuff because I don't usually use those. I got those for Cookie Club. Actually, hold on. The next cookie that we're doing for Cookie Club, I think, has white chocolate chips. And if it does, I will put those on the top shelf. Nope, milk chocolate chips. Nope, yeah, milk chocolate chips. Okay, never mind. Never mind. We'll leave those right where they are. Okay, so I already wiped that shelf. So the chocolate is just going to go up there. And you know what? I'm actually going to move the chocolate down. Here's the plan. I'm going to move the chocolate down a shelf to be on this shelf. And then all of these flowers that I don't really use all that often, but I like, you know, I have from one recipe or another, I'm going to move up in to this area, because they're basically, the farther up you go, the less frequently I want to have to access it. And this pile of stuff that's over here, I basically never touch. So I'd rather it go up farther. Like arrowroot powder, that's used for deep frying. I think I've used this for deep frying like tempura vegetables before. So those are going to go up a shelf. Cornmeal is going to go a little lower. Semolina flour is going to stay a little lower. White rice flour, an unopened package of white rice flour, this is definitely going higher up. This is best by February 2025. I guess if it's expired, I should toss it, right? Especially if it's expired more than a year. I feel like that is a toss situation. If it's open and expired for more than that span, I feel like it's definitely a toss. Unopened semolina flour that expired February of this year, I will keep that. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll just keep it. I don't know. It says it's not pop, like it's not any. It's totally sealed. It's flour. It's white rice flour. And I don't know. I feel like I'll just keep it anyway because it's already been in here. It's not taking up any more space than the other shit, so why not? Good, fair. Bob New York, I'm glad you're doing some cleaning yourself. That's great. That is good. I like to hear that. Okay. We'll wipe this shelf off. Now we're getting to the like shelves that have flour and stuff on them because they actually get used. Things turn over on these shelves more frequently. I'm going to wipe that and dump it into the sink. And then while I'm doing that, I'm going to move this shelf up one because I want my bottom shelf. I'd like to be able to get into the bottom shelf and move the flour container in and out of there without having to move everything around. So that's kind of, I guess, my goal. I don't know. So if I keep a lot of stuff too, I feel like sometimes I'll throw it out like this. I'm inclined to throw out stuff that I know that I used for like a specific recipe, for example, that I'm unlikely to like reach for again anytime soon. That's open. Cyrus says flours and grains will go rancid. Yeah, and like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm probably just gonna throw out this arrowroot powder that expired over a year ago that's open, right? Like if I want a tempura asparagus again, I'll get some more of it. I just didn't, I didn't use all of it, and then I didn't see fit to use it up. Okay, so we're wiped out here. Everything is good and clean. Like the arrowroot, I'll throw out. The unopened one, I will keep, and we'll just kind of let that one ride. And if I need it again, if I need white rice flour for a recipe, I will look in the cabinet and see if I have it. And if I have it and it's unopened, I'll open it and I'll give it a sniff. And if it isn't good, I'll get more of it. Because this isn't the type of thing that I would reach for randomly. I would be making a recipe that specifically called for this. And I would be like checking to see if I had the ingredients first. type of situation. So, yeah, Barbara, I feel bad throwing it out, but I also, yes, I agree with you. Like, when you go to any like food service place, you're definitely going to see a lot more than this little bit here. I am reminded of going to the Philadelphia wholesale produce market and seeing the folks that take basically all the produce that is like bad from the wholesale vendors, which like some of it hasn't even fully ripened yet. And they're like, this is bad because by the time we get it to a vendor and they get it on the shelf, it will be bad. So I agree with you. It's wild. It is wild to see the sort of like, how much the system has waste kind of baked into it. No pun intended, cleaning out the baking cabinet, of course. Okay, so we're going to start to put some stuff back on the bottom shelf here, and I'm going to kind of like pick and choose where things go based on, based on usage, essentially. So the baking soda, flour, baking soda, baking powder, all of that is like super common, gets used all the time. Vanilla extract, both the good and the imitation, also get used pretty much all the time. Like if it gets used for basically every recipe, I'm going to put it on this bottom shelf. That's just kind of how it is. Okay, things that are going on the top shelf, I should put up there now, because if I can fit more stuff all the way up, I'm going to put as much stuff all the way up there as I can. So that's the goal. So let's start kind of moving some things back to this side of the cabinet. Yeah, Cyber, we are not the problem. No, I totally agreed. It's like when your city council puts out a like conserve energy, like here's ways you can, or not city council, sorry, like the electric company, if you ever get your electric bill. And they'll be like, here's how you can conserve energy this spring. And I'm like, let's not approve the data center that is being put in front of the town council. Maybe that's how we can conserve energy. So yeah, let's not get me started. I'll rev right up. Vroom vroom bitch. Seriously though. Oh my God. Wow, yeah, that's wild. I frequently will like, I've done this before where I've left like pizza slices in the oven, or like the box of pizza, I'll like put it in the oven to like keep it safe from like the dog, right? And then it'll like be there the next morning and I'll be like, oh, oops, it's a little dry. I'll like spray it with some water and then eat it. Totally okay. Totally okay. Oh my God. Nick, that's awesome. That's a very altruistic endeavor. That's the word I'm searching for. I'm gonna move, let's put these plastic bags over here. Can I still close the cabinet without it making noise? No, okay. No, we can't have the tags of that sticking out because they will make noise and then that'll bother me. We also can't have them in the back because then I will forget that the bags are open. I will take the bags out of the cabinet and then the bags will all fall on the floor. So we can't have that either. Okay. All the baking stuff can kind of go in one spot. And then you know what? Let's see. Can I stack these? Oh, if I could stack, please let me be able to stack. Oh no. The shelf is a little too low now to be able to stack all these. And maybe I can stack them. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Perfect. Good. I can see all of them and they take up less space. Beautiful. Okay. What else do I want to put up on that top shelf? All of my extracts, flavor extracts, and liquor. The liquor can go all the way in the back because I'm not probably ever going to use that except in baking. And if I know that it's there, I will. Like, I know that there's. I'm never gonna just buy an extra bottle of liquor because that's not a thing that is ever gonna get used in this. Good Lord, Ash is knocking shit all the way down the stairs. So ridiculous. Mutually beneficial mix. Yeah, and that's the way to go. If you can do like a mutually beneficial community thing that reduces waste, like it feels good. It feels good, and it would be nice if, like, you know, the grocery store didn't have a dumpster full of food at the same time. Or if you can get the grocery store to, like, do something with it. Recently enough that I remember doing it, made biscuits that I found in the cabinet that were 7 or 8 years expired just because I wanted to see what happened. They weren't very good. I did make them, though. Okay, we're gonna put, so the food coloring, so some stuff here, I just sort of want to know that it's there. The Caro syrup, while I wanted to see if it would fit on that shelf, I actually want that to go on this shelf. Okay, other things that go all the way up are going to be all of these extracts. So let's put these here for now so I can reach them easily. And then these like cake decorating sprinkles, which I don't need to see. So these are the types of things where like I don't need to see these to know that they're up there. I just need to see like, oh, like the extracts are up there. That's where the extracts live. So, speaking of the extracts, I'm like, where did I put them? They're like over here. I put them on the shelf so I can get to them, obviously. Perfect. And like that bottle just fits up there. And that's fine because I just need to know that they exist. I don't need to be able to see them all. When I want to query what extracts are up there, I will get a stool and get up there. Doesn't know how to boil pasta. Hey, listen, everyone's got their role. That's the fun part about life. If you're doing life with someone else, you know what roles you're playing. Oh, big headway against grocery monopolies on wastage. Yeah, I think that's that's a very good sort of altruistic endeavor or effort. I think it'd be hard pressed to like overtake the waste of a grocery, but having awareness is a big factor. That's like the important part, because I think a lot of people just don't know, like, oh, grocery stores throw stuff out. What do you mean? Obviously. Okay, so other unopened stuff I want to put on this shelf. I have my baking powder, I have my cornstarch, I have my Caro syrup. Bottom shelf though, let's make sure, like, okay, so sugars. So I've got my brown sugar, regular sugar and brown sugar. And this is why I wanted to have this cabinet, this shelf, like one little notch higher, is because I can stack the sugars now, right? Jamie, congratulations, 27 years. That's a long time. 27 years is an impressive amount of time to learn all about someone else in that way. That's super fun. Do you have any plans? What's the 27th wedding anniversary gift? Geritol, right? I'm just kidding. I'm not. I mean, I am, but yes. Scratch that. I'm impressed we've lasted this long. Nice. Dinner somewhere. That sounds nice. Animal mix, that's awesome. Take buckets to the local market. That's super fun. I mean, that's a nice like thing to be able to do. I know like and farmers markets are definitely like your core audience, really, right? Like the folks that would shop at a farmers market are probably also the folks that would like that would be interested in other altruistic such endeavors. Okay, so this is like my unopened section. We're starting to curate a little bit better here. Unopened things all the way up. I'm also going to put these 2 bags of brown sugar up there, and we can stack those just like that. Okay, so this middle shelf is now, so I need to like make a determination. So first, let's get the ice cream stuff in here, because I know this is a very specific set of things, a very specific like grouping of things that is like ice cream related treats. So let's put all of these in here at the same time, because these are all just going to get used simultaneously. And these dusting sugars that I said I wanted to be able to like have more visibility to, I'm not going to put those on the bottom shelf there where the ice cream stuff is, but I'm going to put them right above it so I'm aware. Rob New York, how do you fry an egg? Frying an egg is such an individual like taste thing. How do you fry an egg that was not an existential question. That was a like, do you use butter or oil? Do you use bacon fat? Nick says, I remember my parents' 27th. I remember when my dad turned 40. I remember, I sort of remember. I remember like there was a birthday party and one of his presents was like a thing to help you breathe. And I was like, haha, you're old. And now I'm like, oh, no, I'm 40. Okay. So we're working through, we have this last like little bits of stuff here. I'm going to put these 2 like unopened syrups and liquids. I'm going to put over here, or opened syrups and liquids. So Karo and molasses are going over here. Avo, a grocery co-op. Yeah, and the co-ops can be expensive. And I feel like a big reason that they're expensive is because they don't have like the same buying power, right? Yeah, mix, exactly. The people at the farmers market understand when I sell a roaster, meaning a chicken, why it's 13 and not 5, right? Frying an egg. Well, it says butter if I have it. If not, then oil, but always remove it before I put the egg in. Yeah, so you got to get your pan greased up. That's why I like cast iron. First whole birthday of my dad that I remember was 44. I don't remember a lot of the like parent sort of birthdays like that. I feel like I just wasn't paying attention. I don't know. This is high gluten whole wheat flour, which is, I'm just going to put that with the whole wheat flour that's up here, because like high gluten whole wheat is they're pretty similar. They're both whole wheat flours. So powdered sugar, I'm going to put in the back in the bottom shelf here, because that'll get used. Coconut, when I reach for the coconut, I'm usually reaching like right here. This is basically like next to the chocolate. Oats are also sort of the same thought process. Oats. Okay, so different flours. I actually, now that I'm kind of considering this, let's go with the very much lesser used stuff. higher up, as I was saying before. So flaxseed, ginger, crystallized like candied ginger. I'm gonna stack those up there. We have 2 different types of semolina flour. These are really only get used. This one gets used for pasta because this is a finer ground semolina, and this is a much coarser ground semolina. I use this when I'm baking pizzas. So this doesn't get used very often, but it doesn't need to go down on the bottom. I just like it's one of those things that like I know that it's there and I will I know to reach for it. So rye flour, I have two bags of rye flour today. One is a big bag and the other one is this smaller bag. So I'm going to just dump the smaller bag into the bigger bag because I bought them less than a month apart. Wow, Mix, you remember birthdays strongly. You have a lot of importance in them. Interesting. Yeah, you only got the old birthdays. Well, you got some birthdays, and that's a good thing. You got some. Some people don't get any, but I understand what you mean. Yeah, I think we weren't super. I remember like my own birthdays, but I don't particularly recall like specifics of my parents' birthday celebrations. They weren't really like super big on them, at least to my knowledge. C-Films, hello. How am I doing? I'm doing good, generally speaking. We're organizing today, and that's a thing that's close to my heart. So I'm in a good headspace at the moment. So I'm going to put this whole wheat flour, I'm going to stack the whole wheat flour. Again, we're sort of like, okay, I've gotten the ability to like stack some stuff here because my shelves are a little different. Okay, raisins. What else is left here? Oh, marshmallows. These are ice cream section. Yeah, semolina flour doesn't get used very often. This is tortilla masa, so for tortillas. This is very similar to like pizza scenario where I'm not going to use it super often, but I want to have it visible so I don't forget that it's there. Cane sugar and turbinado sugar we're going to put right in the middle here. The rye flour I'm going to stack on top. Actually, no, the rye flour, I've been using more of that recently, so I'm going to put that in right in the front here. This unopened bag of semolina, I'm going to put up behind the other semolina that's in there. We have cornmeal, which is also used somewhat frequently, but like not a ton. I'm going to put that next to the masa because I have corn masa and cornmeal, so the 2 corn related items. The raisins I'm going to put up in front. I don't use the raisins super often, but they're fine to sort of be up out of the way. Cream of tartar, another thing that I don't use very often. Does this expire? Expired September 2024. Cool. So this is definitely a while expired. I don't know if this is bad. I've probably used this like twice. I don't think it's going to have an odor. That's fine. We're going to put that up near the extracts because that is where I would look for that sort of like very infrequently used thing. The vanilla bean pod. I'm going to put that next to the sugar here. This is something I forgot was there, so I'm going to pull it towards the front so I can see the cap of it. Again, white chocolate chips. We'll put those near the ice cream stuff. And then this is hojika powder. So this is tea powder. I got this for a recipe that we made out of the 108 Asian Cookies cookbook. I'm aware that there are several other recipes in that cookbook that also use this. This is a dry tea powder. So I'm going to put, let's see, dry tea powder. I'm going to put that up sort of near the chocolate, vanilla, like just object impermanence so I can see it up there, but not like right up in front of everything. Okay, so here's what else I'm going to do while I'm sort of, okay, now that I've got everything in here, I'm going to arrange some things a little better so I can see them. So the Karo syrup, I'm going to move. The whole wheat flour, I'm going to turn so the label is out and I can see that. These sugars are fine where they are. I'm going to move this rye flour. Sorry, I just turned the whole wheat flour. I'm going to move the rye flour up here on top of this bag because it's just a big bulky bag. But this looks good. I'm pretty happy with how all of this turned out. I'm actually going to move this the good vanilla extract one shelf up because I only need one bottle. I'm only going to use one bottle of vanilla extract at a time, and having that in the bottom here. So basically, when I start baking now, I have all of my almost always every recipe used stuff right here. Baking soda, baking powder, vanilla, sugar, flour, brown sugar, cinnamon, chocolate. All of that is like super common. Almost every time I bake, I'm going to pull 2 or more of these things out. Close at hand, but not immediately at hand, we have our baking chocolate, as well as extra brown sugar and additional flours, rye flour and whole wheat flour, and additional types of sugar. So turbinado sugar for rolling, cane sugar, and then oatmeal. Oatmeal is up there. And we eat oatmeal. Occasionally we'll have an oatmeal breakfast. So farther up and a little farther out of the way is stuff that I don't use as often, but I still want to be visible. Flaxseed, ginger, semolina flour, corn masa, cornmeal. I mentioned the extra brown sugars, raisins, which I may actually, I don't like the way that they look on the shelf right there. I'm going to move those down because I'll be able to see those in front of the whole wheat flour anyway. So the whole wheat flour. Now up here is all of my extra whole containers of something. So unopened containers in this cabinet are now all in the same spot. So I know that if I need baking soda, baking powder, chocolate, one of those things that you run out of infrequently, but when you run out of it, you like really need it for the baking that you're doing. All of that is right there. Sort of, I know it's up there, and if I know that all the unopened stuff is in one spot, I don't need to be able to see all of it because I'm not going to access it super frequently. The top shelf is all of my very, very infrequently used stuff. So bags for Christmas cookies and like treats if I'm making treats for like Calvin's class or a group or something like that. Pie and bread tins are up there as well. I have my food coloring, which I basically never use. All of the different extracts that I have that I don't put in my everyday cooking, but I do use. I know that all the extracts are in the same spot. So if I need orange or lemon or anise extract, all of that is going to be up there, as well as any cooking liquors that I use. So we have rum, Grand Marnier, and bourbon are up on that shelf. Now, because I don't drink, like they're just going to be up there forever. So the next time I need like a tablespoon of rum or bourbon in a recipe, I'll just go look up there and that's where they'll be. And then as well up there is all of like the decorating stuff. So piping bags, piping tips, sprinkles, gel for writing on cakes, that type of thing. So, and then in the bottom corner down here is all of my ice cream stuff. So we eat ice cream regularly enough in the house. Calvin likes to have several different toppings on it. So we have like sprinkles, chocolate chips, sugar, marshmallows, powdered sugar, because this goes on things regularly. This is like a powdered sugar shaker. So all of that is right down here, accessible on the bottom shelf, so he can get to it easily. And then it's, you know, you don't have to like get a stool to get to it. So that's cool. We're all cleaned up here. The cabinet looks great. We threw out a small number of things, like, you know, threw out some arrowroot powder, got rid of some open containers of flour, consolidated rye flour. We consolidated some sugar bags. We got rid of some icing sugar that was down there. So this has been really productive. This looks great. I think if you looked in here, you would probably be like, why this, I think if you were not using this kitchen regularly and you came in here and you were like, I don't understand what's going on, this might look very disorganized to you. However, for me, who is using it regularly, I know that this is now a really functional cabinet for the way that I'm looking. When I open the doors here, I know what to expect, and I know that all of my frequently used things are close at hand, and that everything else is in a place that makes sense for the way that I'm going to use it, how often I use it, and where and what I'm going to look for when I pull it out. So this feels successful. So I'm pretty happy about it. Cool. And yeah, that's one cabinet. But this was a big one. And so the next time we do Cookie Club, when I'm like, hey, I'm going to go to the baking cabinet and pull this thing out or put this thing back, you'll know exactly where I am and what I'm doing. And isn't that fun? Your house seems really tall. This room, I'm 5'4", 5'6", call it 5'5". And that this cabinet goes all the way up to the ceiling. I mean, there's like this much space between it and the ceiling. I think it maybe is tall. We live in Philadelphia, and there's not really doxing in any way to say that I live in a row home, because that's like 90% of the housing in Philadelphia is row homes. So yeah, basically the house is vertical. Everything in the house is vertical. So that is true. The house is probably pretty tall. So, but this is good. I'm very happy with how this turned out. And I don't want to bake anything right now. I don't have the urge to like use this cabinet. I have the urge to not touch it at all. That's the urge that I have in this moment. Cool. All right, let's come on back over. Well, first off, let's close this up. We're gonna come back over to the main section of the kitchen, the main counter, as it were. And let me see what the vibe is here, because it is 6 p.m. for me. So I said, let's see what the vibe is here. Gwen just came in the room and went, what's dinner? We're going to do sausage, egg, and cheese sandwiches and just like a cup tomato soup. So it's all sort of like ready-ish. So that was what I'm getting towards here. We're going to come back to the main counter here. So, so Calvin's inside, right? Calvin! Do I need to call him? No, no one's outside. So he just yelled, did you say something? Yes. How are you feeling hunger-wise? He's not hungry, but if dinner was ready, he would eat. Gwen, you're hungry because you're asking. I am fully hungry right now. I'm like very hungry. So let's make dinner. Well, why don't I just do that? and then he can have whatever time after dinner for whatever. Sound okay?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Cal, does that sound good to you? He didn't hear me. I'm gonna make dinner and then we'll eat when it's ready. Okay.
Like how many?
How many minutes? Probably 30. We have another cat. So this is our third cat. This is Elsie. This is our, if you're counting, this is our 6th cat of the day.
Want me to get the other two?
No, we had the other 2. Ash has been.
Oh no, I mean Saturn.
Oh, do you want to see the 7th and 8th cats that are in the house? Because there's more. Yes, the answer is yes. I think the answer is yes. Yeah, so Saturn and Pluto are still here. Clifford has been adopted. Clifford went to a home with two orange cats. One that is 4 years old and another one that is 1 year old. So Clifford is no longer here in this house. He is with us in spirit, and not physically, because he got adopted. So we have 2 other foster cats. Cyber says, I'll be there August 7th if Pluto still needs a home. Well, Pluto might not even be adoptable until then. I don't know when Pluto is actually adoptable, but this is Saturn. We have Saturn. Saturn and Pluto are siblings, but Saturn
Saturn is a girl, formerly known as a boy.
Yeah, Saturn is a girl, formerly known as a boy. Saturn is a little bit more skittish. They're both a little skittish, but Saturn looks beautiful now.
Yeah, she was crusty when
Saturn was super crusty when she came, but she is now like white. She's
she won't do it. Her tail, when it's up,
yeah, she's not gonna do it.
the tail goes up like this and
Aw.
touches her back.
Yeah, but Saturn and Pluto are siblings, and they're very like kind of bonded in a sweet way.
You just don't want them to be separated.
I don't ever want the cats to be separated. That's why we have 3 that are from the same litter. Because I feel like it would be.
Where's the camera? I'm confused.
The camera is, see where that little cross is right there? That's
the camera?
That is where the lens is, yeah. So there's, there you go. There's a Saturn.
She's
Yeah.
really big compared to the tiny little baby.
Yeah, and so the next cat that we're going to see, pending one of our own cats coming around, is the same litter, from the same litter as that cat. So pending one of our other cats coming around, this one, there was an Elsie in the background who was just like, what's over here? What can I get on the stove? So there was definitely that. But we are gonna make dinner. I think that's gonna be the move. I want to. What do I want to do? I want to get the camera that's on the stand over there, and move that to over on the stove, so I can like have a stove. Because the camera that I was using for over there is my stove camera. That's like. That's the. That's the stove camera. So my soup that I was like, I'm going to leave that on the stove is now sort of thawed. Okay, so this is Pluto. This is Pluto. Now he is the same age as Saturn and is like half the size. Yeah, like half the size. But he is a cute. He is like a super cutie. This one is just a love. And they both, yeah, see, I told you they're bonded. Saturn's upstairs meowing because Pluto's not in the room anymore. But yeah, this, Elsie, Elsie, okay, so our cat is over on the counter breaking glasses now. Okay, now there's broken glass everywhere. So speaking of cute, look at Pluto. Let's not consider the mischief that the other adult cat is getting into. That's fine. That was just a glass from pomegranate juice. We don't need to, nothing valuable, but let's make sure there's no actual glass on the counter. I know. And Pluto's like, it wasn't me. It wasn't you, baby. Angry who left glasses out. Well, the glass had a monstera leaf in it. It's okay. Yeah. Because Saturn misses her brother. Gwen says she's also hungry. But okay. I like to think that it's just because she misses her brother. It's probably a little of both, right? It can be both. It can be both of those things. Okay. So let's just put the monstera leaf back in a different glass and see if the same thing happens, okay? Cool. We did it. Alrighty. Okay, soup is on the stove. So we are going to make dinner because because the whole house could eat, because I could eat and Gwen could eat and Calvin will eat if he's presented with food. So let's do that. We're going to make dinner. And I think what we're going to do is I'm going to make all the stuff for dinner. Obi, all the other cats are surrounding me right now. Obi's right here. Elsie's right here. They're literally just off camera. Like this is like a menagerie happening in this house right now. Quite literally. Mix. Grilled cheese sounds good. I'm into that idea. I'm going to move this knife over by the cutting block. So before I put that back in the in my camping kit. Okay. Obi, no. God, the cats are just knocking shit over. Obi just tried to knock my light over. God. They're just chaotic today. All the cats are just chaotic this afternoon. They've all chosen violence. That's my takeaway here. Okay, so let's put this. So this camera was the one that was on the tripod over there that was just so recently displaying the baking cabinet. So we're gonna pop that back where it goes on its stand over here. And I need to reactivate this. Okay. They want the cameo. They do want a cameo. Have y'all ever gotten a cameo? I don't mean like a walk-on roll anywhere. What I mean when I say that is, have y'all ever gotten a like a cameo from somebody? Like ordered one? You know what a cameo? You know, a website? Anyway, curious. I got one for Gwen for Christmas one year. It was a Christmas present from a cast member that was on Survivor. Because I thought it would be funny. And I thought it would be a good way to spend money. And she seemed to appreciate it. Y'all, when I first started streaming, this was I had my camera on this tripod before I got like the camera stand that it's on now. And I still, on this tripod, have the first little thing. So the camera used to sit on this tripod and have this in front of it to remind me to smile. Because people like when you smile. You'd look prettier if you smiled a bit more. I'm just kidding. Don't ever say that to anybody. Nix, that's awesome. What a thoughtful friend. That is thoughtful. Dan, you looked at them? I always think it's fun to look, but like, I got one once for Gwen as a Christmas present, but I don't think I wouldn't like make a habit out of getting them. I think they're kind of funny though. It's a weird, like, breaking the fourth wall situation where you're like, oh, this person's like talking to me. That's odd. And it is kind of odd, honestly. The one that I got for Gwen, like the guy, I got one, if you're a Survivor fan, I got one from Boston Rob. And it was just funny. He's like, hey, Gwen, Lou got you this cameo. And I'm just like, oh my God, this fucking guy. This guy's voice is nuts. It was pretty funny though. Mick says, how did I know? Because Gwen's been a Survivor fan. She's like an original Survivor fan. She's been a Survivor fan like forever. I just got into it after she got me into it. Very same as the same goes with like Big Brother. Like I was not a Big Brother fan. I didn't care at all about Big Brother. I still wouldn't if it wasn't for her being like, I'm watching this and you're going to watch it too. And I was like, okay. Belinus says familiar, but I am poor. That's kind of where my head is at too. I'm like, I don't want to pay this person to like say this thing when I could like buy food and groceries and like whatever. Like, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, I get it. Okay, so we're going to, while we're working kind of getting the rest of this dinner together, I'm going to put these sausages in a cast iron pan and just cook them. Right, it's not that these shouldn't have cameo, it's that it's expensive. Right, it's an indulgence. It's not a thing that you would make a frequent purchase out of. But if you have a friend that like watches The Real Housewives and you're like really into it, and you like, and they have a favorite housewife or whatever, like it's perfect for that type of thing. Or like, you know, your friend who really loves that B-list celebrity, it's like ideal for that. My favorite is the normal people. Like I always think it's funny when like I've seen just like normal streamers, like people on Twitch, be like selling cameos. Like I've seen it in people's bios, like, oh, get me a cameo, you know? And I'm like, if you wanted me to record something for like your friend or whatever, for some reason, like you'd probably just ask, you know, like at what level do you have to be at to be like, I could charge money for this? Like that's the weird discrepancy for me, is I'm like, why, how is this person getting paid for this? Who's out there that's like, yes, take my money? I don't know. Old school comedian or news radio broadcaster. Like a radio broadcaster would be a great person to get a cameo from. They have a great, like, ostensibly they have a good voice for it, right? Hell yeah, this sausage is totally thawed. It was frozen solid earlier. We talked long enough that the sausage thawed. That's ideal. Okay, we're going to, I'm going to wash my hands here. And then toss these sausages in the pan. When I toss these in the pan, I'm going to put a lid on it so that they cook a little quicker. Wait, I have a towel over here. And then we'll put our, what else do I want to do? Oh, look at this. I made a list. My dinner list for today. Can you imagine? Sausage, egg, cheese, herbs, brioche buns, tomato soup. I wrote fried zucchini, but like y'all, do I want to do that? Not really. But if I don't do that, I have one zucchini in the fridge. If I don't use it, it's literally, like we talked about food waste, it's quite literally going to go to waste. So I feel like I should just suck it up, cut it up, and put it in the pan and just put it on the side. I'll eat it. If no one else wants it, I don't give a shit. I'll eat it, and that's fine. And that would be totally okay. Mix, that is the perfect, like, no one else would know, but your dad would be like, oh, hell yeah. Can you believe it? Getting a cameo from a person who is like, yeah, like a D-list celebrity. That's like, that would be fun. Like, how much did that cost you? $5. Cool. I'll record a message for your friend for $5. No problem. If you grew up watching CBC, she's an icon. Right. And I did not. So like, that would mean I would be like, who is this person? I wouldn't know, but I am clearly not the target audience for their Cameo page. Okay, so let's cook these, and I'm going to put those on a medium, and then I'm going to put a lid on that pot so they cook quicker. And while those are just sizzling away in there, let's get the rest of our dinner stuff out. Okay, brioche rolls. So we're going to do sandwiches, so I'll use those. We'll use those up instead of using bread. And then cheese, I don't have any regular like shredded cheese or any of that. But I do have these string cheeses that expire in August. So like these are still good. Still good. Not worried about them. And then herbs, do I have herbs? Yeah, you know what? Let me get out that zucchini. I'll just cut this up. I'm going to toss it in the pan. We'll just deal with it. Deal with it. And you know, I think I'm going to do scrambled eggs. Because if I do scrambled eggs, I can put some herbs in the pan. And then I can put, it'll be easier. It'll be easier. And also I can make the sandwiches all ahead. Because when you have fried egg, you want the sandwich to be like, I don't know, because you want the fried egg to be like hot. Whenever I make fried eggs, I'm like, you have to eat it right away. It's sort of a weird me thing. But if I make scrambled eggs, I feel like you can just leave them sit in the oven for a little while, and it's totally okay. Thanks for living life with me. that's cute, Max. And that's like the perfect use of Cameo. The perfect use of Cameo is like finding your local niche celebrity and getting them to do something on the cheap, as opposed to like you know, getting Christopher Walken to like record something for you. Because one of those things is probably thousands of dollars, and the other one is probably like $5. It's the Christopher Walken one that's the expensive one, just so we're clear. I think y'all knew that, but you know. All right. Yeah, exactly. I'll give you $20. It's like, that's the perfect like little economy. I think they're fun. I remember when they first came out, I was like, what's the point? You know? And then I like started looking up people that, you know, I would know or Gwen would know. And I was like, oh, that's the point. I see. Yeah, like I don't want like a megastar to give me a cameo. I want like the guy who used to do the 10 o'clock or the 11 o'clock news here in Philadelphia, right? Like local celebrity Jim Gardner. That's who I want a cameo from. I don't want a cameo from someone who's in movies. I want a cameo from somebody who is happy to have someone ask them to do something like that, as opposed to someone who's like charging lots and lots of money and feels like an imposition. There's a difference, right? That's where my head's at. Okay, which of my sharp AF knives should I use for our little quick prep this evening? Let's see. Want to lecture your racist uncle? Perfect. Perfect use of cameo. Yes. Want to break up with your partner in a new and hilarious way? Cameo. That is the exact purpose of it. Woo. Damn, who sharpened these? Whew. These are sharp as fuck. Sharp as fuck, boy. Let's slice the zucchini first. I want to slice and season that. How do I want to cook this? I'm just going to cook this in rounds. Because I don't think anyone else is going to want this, honestly. Ooh. Did you see that? Ooh, yeah. Fast as fuck, boy. What is that even from? I know it's from a YouTube, but I don't know like what the context. Find out who sharpened. Maybe they can sharpen mine. Maybe. It is viral audio, but I don't know what it was from. Like I know it's from the internet, right? Like that's not what I mean. Like I want to know what context it was in originally. That's what I mean. What was fast? That person, right? But like what in reference to what? I don't know. I need the information. I want more detail. I said I was going to slice these into rounds, but I decided that half moons would be better. Ricky Berwick. You know, I wanted for a long time, I've had on my list of like sounds to put on stream. That's one of them. I just wrote down recently Space Ghost sounds. So expect those at some point. Not that anyone needs any more of that in their life, but okay, I'm going to season these. So I'm going to fry these in the same pan as the sausage. Canadian internet personality. Always the opportunity to point out the Canadian importance there. And it is important to call that out when you see it. Sausages look good. Definitely not fully cooked yet, but they're getting there. We stir the soup. Soup is thawed. I can turn that way down now. It was pretty thawed before. It just hadn't really like fallen apart yet, for lack of a better term. It was still like in a round. It hadn't like been mushed down, but it was like pretty fully thawed. Okay, we're gonna get a little tray here so I can make, because what I'm going to do is I'm just gonna make all 3 of these sandwiches. I'm gonna put them on a tray. I had the oven at 170, which is like the lowest the oven goes. And then when we're ready to eat, we'll be ready to eat. This is not a situation where, like typically when I'm using egg sandwiches, I'm like, you have to come eat right fucking now because I'm frying an egg and like it's got to be hot and blah blah blah, and I'm like kind of a jerk about it. But we don't want to do that today. So what I am going to do is I'm going to broil the tops of these rolls, and then once those are toasted a bit, I'm going to put a little bit of cheese on them and then broil them again so that the cheese melts. Then when the sausage is done, we'll cut the sausage up and we'll put the sausage on there, and all of that is just going to go in the oven. It's going to kind of continue to sort of melt together, and then we'll put the cooked eggs on them. The eggs will go on last, but I'm not going to be a stick in the mud about having to have your eggs like the moment they're fried. Although today what's going to happen is I'm going to be like, dinner's ready, and people are going to be like, oh, I want fried eggs. And then my head is going to disconnect from my body and spin around. And that will be fun. That'll also be fun to watch, but in a different way. Yeah. Are you expecting fried eggs, or is scrambled okay? What? She says whatever. Okay, good. Whatever is fine. Defeated.
The only thing I ate was sausage, egg, and cheese.
Gwen said the only thing I ate today was a sausage, egg, and cheese. Well, perfect. Well, you can tell me which one is better and why the bagel shop makes better sandwiches than I do. Because they're on bagels. Cool. Well, I bet your sausage, egg, and cheese from the bagel shop wasn't being made with string cheese. It wasn't, she says. SNL started on basically all Canadians. I don't think I knew that. I don't know why I can't peel this cheese open, but this cheese is defeating me. If this was like a contest, the cheese would have won. Mix what? Wait, is Jim Carrey Canadian? I don't know anything. I don't know anything. I don't know any, like, I know who these people are, but I don't know any of like the lore. Okay. Sausages are still cooking. So these are some big sausages. Once the sausages are cooked, fully cooked, I'm going to slice them in half, take the lid off the pan, and then like crisp them up a little bit. I have the lid on there so they steam and kind of cook quicker, but I don't want them to be like steamed sausages. I want them to be like pan fried. You know what I mean? So that is what's next. So we're gonna put these cheeses. I'm gonna cut these in half widthwise and then in half lengthwise and get basically full. Look at this. Look at this cat. He's back. He's back. He's back. Ash. Mix, that's awesome. I didn't know that. I don't know where I thought he was from. I don't think I ever had a thought about where he was from, to be fair. This cat has melted. He's melted. Okay. He's out of here. He's not out of here. He's going to stay right near me. Oh my God. Okay. And yes, Angry Rook, there is cheese. Let me wash my hands. There is cheese. We have string cheese and Ash is into it. Daisy is also here, making as much noise as she can make. As soon as I turn back around, there's going to be an animal, a different animal somewhere around here. I just know it. I just know it. Caretaker, very nice. We have 95 appearances from Ash on stream. He's almost at 100. Ash is the one who likes to hang around. I was speaking in Ash's voice. Yeah. I was just talking to Gwen the other day. I was like, she did an Ash voice, and I was like, is that what he sounds like? I guess I hadn't like thought about it. But then I thought about it, and I couldn't decide what Ash's voice sounded like. All right, 178 in the middle here. So that is cooked. Let's get all the way inside of this though, and we're gonna really like see. Yeah, 176. Yeah, these are cooked all the way through. Okay, cool. So here's what we're gonna do. We're going to once I'm finished cutting the cheese, I'll leave the pan on, but I'm just going to take the lid off. So I'm going to finish cutting the cheese here. And then I'm going to bring the salt. Actually, no, let me finish. So finish with the cheese. We're going to cut these herbs up before I put the sausage on here. And then I'm going to bring the sausage over here. I'm going to cut it on the board and then put it back in the pan just to like crisp it up a little bit. So I left the lid off. This is dill that I just cut up. And I want to also broil these briefly. I'm going to turn my broiler on. I'm going to set a timer here for 1 minute. And then once that goes off, I'm going to open the oven and be like, oh, I burned my bread. Kid wasn't ready to go home and you're getting rained on at the park. So Fluff, you are doing the good work there. That's a good job. They're going to be happy about that too. And that's the thing, like the thing with the park and the rain, that's a thing like kids remember. It really is. So like, remember that time we were at the park and it was like pouring rain? Weirdly enough. Good job. You're doing good, I promise. Okay, but let's get the sausage in here. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to cut this almost in half. And I'm going to kind of open it like that. Oh, timer's going off. Hold on. Remember what I said about the bread? Not quite. All right. 30 seconds. I'm like, I really don't want to burn this bread. But the broiler is on. So I'm putting this now. I'm opening these sausages up, and then I'm going to turn the heat up in this pan and fry these with the zucchini in the pan also. So I'm kind of going to do two things at once. And then once these are done, we'll probably just use the same pan for the eggs. Okay, I'm going to cut this last one. If it burns, it burns. I'll do that just as soon as I'm finished cutting these. Okay, perfect. I know I'm making 3 sandwiches and I have 4 sausage pieces, but like, it's fine. Almost there. Yeah, I want these to be toasted. Toasted. That's the goal. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to turn this back on the burner. I'm going to turn this up a bit so it has so it broils And then I'm just going to pop the zucchini right in there. When the sausage is finished and like browned, I will pull the sausage pieces out of here and then leave the zucchini. So, all right, that's looking good. My soup is still on the stove and is in the back. It's on as low as possible. So the soup is ready to go. I'm just going to put the soup into little mugs, like little tiny, literally like little mugs. I'm going to use these mugs for soup. We got 1, we got 2. Well, I could turn some different cameras on. Let's see if all the cameras work at the same time. Let's really punish my computer. Oh, look at that. My one froze. Oh, you know why it froze? I know why it froze. Who knows why that camera froze? I'll tell you why that camera froze. That camera froze because I changed the resolution of that camera. I changed the resolution of that camera so that I could use it as a main camera. And hold on, we're going to fix it. We're not going to fix it. We're going to oh, I didn't realize it was moving on the main screen. That's fine. Okay. I changed it to be a main camera resolution, and my computer doesn't like that. So we've changed it back now. There we go. Oh, I messed up my OBS while I was doing that. It's fine. Let's fix that now. And we're back. Oh, Dan. Dan. Thank you. Dan. Very nice. Thank you. See, it doesn't take very much now, does it? Get me right off track. Just totally. That was very good. Thank you. That was exactly where I wanted these to be. Just the perfect melt. That's great. Oh my God. Okay, now I can turn my oven back to warm. There we go. And let's move these around. We're going to come on over here. So yeah, now this one should work. This one should be a good it should be stable. That's what I mean to say. So the sausage is coming along. That's browned on one side. I just want it to be browned a little bit on the other side, so we'll let that cook for another 2 to 3 minutes. Perfect. And then, let's see, sausage, yes, cheese, herbs, brioche. Oh, mayonnaise. I wanted to put a little bit of mayonnaise on here because Calvin is always into that. I'm going to put a little bit of chili oil on mine, so I'm going to get that out because I will forget to do that otherwise. I'm going to add just a little smear of mayonnaise to these. Also going to, so my oven is on 170 right now. It's on warm, So once that sausage is browned on the other side, we'll put that on top of the cheese and then pop those into the oven so that the cheese melts and gets nice and warm. And then we'll start frying, or not frying, then we'll start doing some eggs. So just a little bit of mayonnaise on here. And I'm not going to put the tops of these in the oven. At the same time, we'll leave the tops of these on the counter here, like thusly. There, perfect. Okay. So that should be good. And then I think those sausages will be good now. So let's see. Let's just get those onto some sandwiches. Let's see. How are we? Yep, that's good. We're just going to put these just like that, right from the pan onto the cheese. Get all that melted together. We'll pop these into the oven. So we're just assembling here. That's what's happening. And then this last piece I will take out and put on the cutting board. Actually, I'm just going to put this on the tray and just pop that in the oven too, because it's all going together. And the asparagus is not what we're cooking. This is zucchini. And the zucchini is now going to just get a little browned. And as soon as this is a little bit browned on each side, a little bit browned on at least one side, I should say, I'll take this out. I'll just pop this in a bowl. Now, this is what I would call, I don't know that I would necessarily, this is, yes, it's zucchini. However, it's fried in sausage fat. So, like, is it the best? I don't know. Am I going to toss it with a little bit of Parmesan? You bet. You bet I am. Caretaker, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for hanging out today. I hope you have an easy rest of your day and a happy Friday as well. Good weekend ahead, hopefully. One more cup for soup. I only got 2 cups out. I need a third. There we go. Okay. So that is a dirty looking pan there, but it's not really dirty. It is cast iron. That zucchini is going to be ready to be finished in just a moment. So I'm just going to go ahead and get the same bowl that I had it in originally and toss that with a little bit of Parmesan. And then a little bit of garlic powder if I have it in here, and I do. Perfect. Liz, yeah, this is dinner. So we're just doing sausage, egg, and cheese sandwiches. So we finished the knives, we finished the cabinet. I am mostly finished. We're doing sausage, egg, and cheese sandwiches and tomato soup. The soup is already ready. It's in the pot. It's good to go. I let that thaw basically the whole stream. Right now, we are working our way through making each piece of dinner and then putting it in the oven as it's ready. So that's where we're at. Let me turn the burner off here. And now these, we are going to just take out of this pan. I'm going to do the eggs in the same pan. Because it already has grease in it. And just take these zucchinis. These are just quick, like pan-fried zucchini, nothing fancy. I sliced them, I seasoned them, I put them in with the sausages, and then when the sausage finished, I just kept the zucchini in there till that was done. So I'm going to toss that with a little bit of garlic powder, a little bit of Parmesan cheese, like fake Parmesan, and we're going to have Parmesan garlic zucchini with dinner. Just like a few pieces of it. This isn't even like all that much. And yeah, the tomato soup is one from the testing. It's a final batch of some kind or another. I don't actually know when that particular container is from, so I can't tell you if it's not one from the like original tests. I think that this container of tomato soup was one that I'd probably made for a camping trip and like made too much and like left it home and then froze it after the trip. It's definitely not from like when I was making and testing it in the fall. That I know because I've made it several times since then. So, all right, I'm just scraping this pan, little bits of burnt whatever that is off. It's probably not from, might be from the sausage, but that pan had stuff in it when we started today, so it wasn't. It wasn't a fully cleaned out pan. What is the brown thing with the white top? Oh, this is a set of the tops of 3 brioche buns that are stacked up with a little bit of mayonnaise on them for the sandwiches. They're stacked on top of a container of chili oil, just to keep them off the counter. The bottoms of those are in the oven with cheese and sausage on them. So in the oven here, we have a tray with the bottom of the roll, a layer of cheese, and then cooked sausage on top of that. And I'm just taking my piece by piece and sort of assembling them. So the next piece is going to be eggs. And I said I was going to cook the eggs in that pan, and I guess I am. But we're going to do each set of eggs separately. I'm not going to cook them all at once. And I think this is an opportunity to use this thing, my like pancake mold type of thing. So I can just crack the eggs. I'm going to whip them in this bowl, and then we'll put them in this mold, which is like the right size for a bun, a sandwich bun. So we'll do the individual eggs. I'll put a little bit of dill, salt, and pepper in there, in addition to some heavy cream, because I don't have any milk currently. And then we'll be finished with dinner. Yes. Liz, the latest update. Okay, so we saw earlier, maybe like 45 minutes, an hour ago, Gwen brought the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 foster cats that we have in the house. Very briefly on the screen. Actually, well, no, we saw maybe like 2 hours ago, we saw the 3 little baby tabbies. The other 2, so we have 3 baby tabbies that are like 3 weeks old. Those are here, they're in a box. It's over there on the floor, and they're asleep. That's all they do. They sleep, they eat, they have diarrhea, and then they repeat. So the 3 baby tabbies are here and hanging out. We have Pluto and Saturn, which are siblings that are a couple weeks older than the small ones. Those two are here. We saw them more recently, like maybe like 45 minutes ago. Basically, right as I was starting to do dinner stuff, we saw them. So they're here. They are not yet adoptable. They are still very much like little tinies and kind of working their way towards being the right weight for spaying, neutering, and then adoption. Clifford, who is the singular one that we had before that, was adopted last week and is now in a foster, or not a foster, sorry, in a new home. Clifford went to a home with 2 other cats, which is amazing because he needs other cats. He needs that type of like company and stimulation. He went to a home with 2 orange tabbies, or 2 orange cats, one that's 4 years old, one that's 1 year old. So Clifford is going to be the baby. But because he went to a home with 2 orange boys, he's going to be in charge pretty soon. I think that is the assessment that I am making. I'm just looking at my mic because we've been live for almost 7 hours now, and the one that I have is in the red. Rhino, welcome in. What are we cooking right now? We're cruising into dinner. We're doing a sausage, egg, and cheese situation. That pan is so dirty. It's not actually dirty. It is a cast iron pan that is in use. We're doing a sausage, egg, and cheese. I have the sausages made. The sandwiches are being assembled, and I am putting them in, doing the eggs right now. So that's what we're doing. Hope you're doing well. We do know all about the Orange Boys. Yeah, and the Orange Boys are what they are. I mean, we know about the oranges from Obi and this house's experience with Orange Boys. They are good cats. We like the oranges. But I do think that Clifford is a bit of a boss, I believe, and I think that will probably end up being true where he goes or where he went. I don't know how long it'll take, but I feel like that's just going to be how things go. We're going to put some salt on there. I'm going to put salt in the mix for this next egg. I didn't do that for the first one. Same thing with pepper. I'll put a little pepper on top of here. It's all in just one spot. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to let that cook just long enough to start to set. And then I'll take that little mold off. Yeah, our 3 cats are doing great. Ash was all around today. He really just wanted to be nearby me. And then Elsie and Obi made appearances, but did not really want to hang out. Daisy is doing all right. She is Daisy's old and is showing her age, which is not bad, but it's sort of like she's very whiny recently. She's very I don't know. Like earlier today, she asked to go out three times in a row. She went out, she used the bathroom, and then she asked to go out again. And I think that she's having some digestive issues. So she is maintaining, and I think that's the best I can say. She's doing all right. I don't know what the next steps with that is, but how many people? Yeah, just the three. Just three. We got myself, my partner, and our son eating dinner tonight. Usually it's just three. That's normal. Three is my normal like cadence of cooking. Yeah, she is, Liz. She is like right now, she is just standing around whining, and sometimes it's easy to tell what she's whining about, and other times you're just like, what do you need? You know? And it's hard to tell. Okay, so just eggs are coming along. This one is almost finished with this one. Now let's get that last one ready to go. Yeah, Liz, I feel that too. I wish you could be like, what do you need? Like, what do you need right now? How are you feeling? How are you really doing? Like, and it's hard to tell. I'm like, is she, because I can't tell if she's like cognitively there. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if she asked to go out 3 times in a row because her stomach is feeling upset and she wants to like try to eat the little blades of grass off the patio. If she just like forgot that she went out, right? Or if she has like diarrhea, you know, and like one of those things I can tell because you like look at what's happening out there, you know. But yeah, you can't, and you don't get to know, and that's the hard part. Like you really truly don't get to know. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you can tell. You know, there's some circumstances where it's like, oh yeah, that's what's going on. But a lot of the time, you just have to guess, and that is the hard part. Yeah, and they just want to please you. Like they want to be, you know, I feel like animals don't ever want to be a burden, you know? I do feel like, you know, if we're being honest, and I know we talked about this, but I think that we have, with Daisy, I think we have weeks, possibly plural, not months to go, which is sad and also a fact. Okay, this one is ready to go. This one is ready to flip. I'm gonna pop this into the oven.
It's not in here, Mom.
What are you looking for? Okay. That one's in the oven. Yeah, Daisy's here. Daisy's hanging out. You can see her. She's next to the counter here. In her spot. All right. And that egg is pretty good. I need to turn this pan down. This is ripping hot right now. And then we'll get our last egg in there. And then we'll be really ready to eat. Well, we'll be ready to finish and wait for this last one to finish, and then we'll be ready to eat. But I digress. Liz, I did pick up the pie weights. Thank you. I did. I grabbed them at the post office the last time I went, which I don't recall exactly when that was, but I did get them. And the Lisa, one of the Lisas, the main Lisa, the Lisa that's usually there. There's like I don't mean to put it that way, but like there's a primary Lisa and then a sometimes Lisa. The main Lisa, who's almost always there when I go, I was like, oh, I'm glad you still have them. I'm glad you didn't send them back. And she was like, look, I've told you before, I know we're supposed to send stuff back, but like, if it's got your name on it, I'm not going to send it back because I know that you're going to come in at some point. Like, you're not just going to leave it here forever. And I was like, I appreciate that. Thank you. And also that's true. But I try to get over there in a timely manner when I know something's on the way or coming. Okay.
Making it hot in here.
Gwen's mad that I'm making dinner.
That's not what I said.
She said you're making it hot in here. Oh, well, the stove is on because I'm making eggs.
Charger was in his room.
His charger was in his room. Shocked. Shocked, I'll tell you. Lisa does. Liz, you know, I learned something about Lisa recently. I learned that Lisa really likes bowling. We were chatting and she was telling me about she was like, "Oh yeah, I was like, "What are you doing this weekend? Anything, you know, whatever, just like idle chat." And she was like, "Oh, I got a bowling tournament." And I was like, "Excuse me? What do you mean you have a bowling tournament? Tell me more." Turns out she's a pretty competitive bowler. And she was like telling me all about it. She goes to like tournaments on weekends and like has a team. Every regular Lisa, the Lisa that's there all the time is the bowler. Not frequent Lisa is a bowler, not infrequent Lisa. Infrequent Lisa is the one who like travels to see her grandkids frequently. And I think she's there. Infrequent Lisa is not infrequent. She's there all the time, but she's there in the afternoon. I only ever go in the morning because I am a run errands in the morning person. Functionally, there's Lisa B and Lisa C. So Lisa B is primary Lisa. But it is very funny to me that I think it's B and C are their last names and their initials are like next to each other also, which is like chef's kiss in terms of like circumstantial scenario. Okay, let's get so this is our last egg here. Got our egg. So this is what we've been up to, right? We're just making these sandwiches on the pan. We're making the sandwiches piecemeal and then just putting them here. Now these are ready to go. These are ready to go. So we're gonna put the tops on them. Actually, I'm gonna put a little bit more dill on here. A little dill. There we go. Because I cut up all the dill. Why not use it, right? And then I'm gonna pop these back in the oven so that they just stay warm, because they are warm. And we're gonna wrap up before I like feed everybody, because I want to sit down at the table, because on the table right now is all the stuff that's usually in the corner under the baking cabinet. So I lied to you when I showed you a nice, like, clean, very well tailored, like, presentable countertop. It literally never looks like that. So just FYI, we had a for appearances only baking cabinet area today. So I need to clear the table off. Yeah, Tundrella, I didn't have any idea that competitive bowling was that serious either. I am interested in this documentary. I will tell you that Calvin and I watched The Big Lebowski over the weekend. Speaking of movies about bowling. And he sort of got it. I laughed a lot. Competitive Monopoly is wild. I'm not shocked. I'm not at all shocked. So I am sorry to hear that. I very much can empathize about like feeling like your clothes are never ever going to be the same again. I do my best to get the stains out. Yeah, and I know you will. And if it's mud, it'll come out too. It will definitely come out. If he fell in like a patch of beets and got beet juice all over, nothing for it. But I think hopefully mud, you'll be fine. You should be okay. We'll see. We'll see. Ideally, that's true. Let me look at I need to look. I actually don't. What do I have on the calendar for next week? Okay. Excuse me. Okay, next week. Next week we're going to be live again for sure. I don't know what. Let me be like a little. Let me throw a little honesty at you. I don't know what the summer schedule is going to look like because summers are weird. Summers around here specifically mean summer camps. It means that we are going to be doing the driving schedule is going to be different. There's just going to be a lot of different like stuff going on schedule wise, and I don't know if we're going to be on our regular, like I'll be streaming regularly, but I don't know if it means that we'll be in the kitchen as much. I might, to Liz, to your point, I might try to do some more IRL stuff because I feel like that might be a little bit more accessible to me because IRLs are like walking around. So like if I drive Calvin to camp and I like stay in that neighborhood or walk around there or whatever, like that might be a thing too. So I feel like I'm not sure what the summer schedule looks like, but I do know that that next week is the last week of school. So I'm definitely going to be live on Wednesday. According to the calendar, I'm going to be live on Wednesday and Thursday. Thursday might be a fun day because I have to go to the dentist that morning, so I might be a little like weirdly numb. And then Wednesday and Thursday, I don't know what we're doing, but we'll be live those 2 days. Tuesday, if I am live on Tuesday for some reason, I will be live. It would be later. It would be like 1:30 p.m. or 2 p.m. So Tuesday, I think, is a wash for me. I had to put some stuff on the schedule. So IRL stream from the dentist. I just started in a new dentist that takes our insurance, which is amazing. And they seem nice. And they were like, "You need fillings." And I was like, "Yup, I know. Thank you. That's nice that you take my insurance now." Anyway, Thursday is also the last day of school. So Thursday will probably be live a little earlier than usual. And probably, I will say, I'm guessing that I might finish up a little earlier, around 4 or 4:30 p.m. Because on the last day of school, like hanging out, kind of typically I've hung out at the park with Calvin. A lot of people like go to the playground after school on the last day, and it's kind of nice to like, I don't know, it's fun. So why do eyes and teeth need separate insurance? Right. And why isn't any of that covered by the government? And other important questions that we really should be asking every elected official. Anyway, you got me. See, you got me. You got me to say it. Anyway, I'll be wearing my Working Families Party on stream next week. T-shirt again on stream next week. Fun little aside. May 19th, Election Day, Philadelphia. Wore my Working Families Party T-shirt to the poll. One of our lobbyists, one of our elected officials was out in front of the poll big Democratic elected official in the city of Philadelphia, and I was like, they were like, "Hey, do you want information about our ticket?" And I was like, "Nope." This also happens to be my neighbor, and I was like, "Nope." And they were like, "Oh, okay." And then the person who was there for WFP was like, "Hey, what's up, man?" And I was like, "I don't need your information either, thank you. I got you." Anyway, that was a fun little aside. A promenade, of course. Of course, we need a promenade. I need a promenade. We should have a promenade. Yes, we will anyway, asides aside, we will be live again next week. Let's see, where should we go? I was thinking there's some of these music streamers that we mentioned earlier who are alive, which would be super cool to check out. I think that would be fun. That kind of is where my head is at, because I don't actually see anyone. There's some people who are cooking live, but I don't know some of the folks who are live in the food and drink category, and I don't know who are live. Yes, correct. Some of the folks who are live in food and drink, I don't know. So I'm gonna like lurk on their streams a little bit and see if we can't just follow them later and raid them later. But I do think maybe let's do a music stream today. I kind of love, we haven't rated a music streamer in a while. Is that okay? I hope that's okay with y'all. Yeah, I hope that's okay with y'all. I was thinking of all right, what do we want? Violin or piano? I think I'm leaning toward the violin, but I don't know if that's where y'all's heads are at. Liz says violin. That's a good vouch for me. Let's see, how long have they been live? Are they still live? They are still live and they're still playing. Okay. This person was mentioned in chat earlier. We're going to go raid Joe Plays Violin. Joe is playing violin, video game music, and multi-instrumental loops and singing, which is super cool. Joe is a music streamer. I do not know and have not like met them personally, so this is just a raid into a stream that I just happen to personally enjoy. Which is always fun, and I always enjoy doing that. So yeah, so please enjoy Joe Plays Violin. If I can figure out how to do a raid, I've only been doing this for like 1 or 2 streams now, so I'm sorry that we're not really truly on top of it. Okay, okay, so we're gonna start the raid. We're going to hit the say goodbye button. We're going to hit the raid messages button.
Okay, bye.
We're going to hit
Okay, bye
the
now.
check please button.
Okay, bye.
And then we're going to come back to my OBS window. Do you like that I put all the sound commands in a queue now so they don't all play over each other? I kind of like that. It reduces the cacophony. Hey, if you're lurking, now's a good time to follow. Follows are silent. No alerts, no sounds. I'm not going to say hi to you, but you will follow the stream. If you're watching on YouTube, we're going to